As we embark on this two-day journey of transformation, I invite each of you to partner with us as we pave the way for a brighter future. Welcome to the 6th edition of the Namibia International Energy Conference 2024, where together we dare to dream and together we shall soar.
12 years of keep forging that road that sometimes get narrowed and people don't believe. 12 years of keep driving a belief that in the land of the brave, everything is possible. Thank you so much for those 12 years.
As believers in a bright future for the oil industry, we are enthused by the discoveries in Namibia. Namibian oil and energy will be essential in meeting future demand.
We want you to work with us and adopt a tenacious persistence to make things happen, and also for you to use your unique perspectives to develop Namibian specific strategy and make this industry work and work for both of us.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good
you
morning.
made it just before 9 o'clock, so we're really appreciative to have you all back with us for day 2 of the Namibia International Energy Conference.
Welcome, everyone. It's lovely to see you all back. Wondering about your energy levels, though. How many of you were at the party? How many of you were at the after party? How many of you were at the after party?
Oh, wow.
Well.
Glad to see that some of you still made it, though, in hand. As you can imagine, today is a continuation of the conversations we had yesterday. I must say it's been delightful to actually see the networking, the reflection of the open opportunities and engagements that many of you have been having, either on the sidelines or within the conference. Much like yesterday, we do aim to keep time and, of course, keep the momentum of the program moving. So again, much of your cooperation and partnership as we engage in the panel discussions, question and probe on some of the insights that will be shared will be greatly appreciated.
Absolutely, and we look forward to preparing Namibia to becoming what we are looking for, which is an international energy hub. It's going to take a lot, and yesterday I left feeling inspired by the path we are on, and excited about how we are going to go forward, being cautioned at the same time of all the various steps that we need to take if we're going to be successful on this journey.
Yeah. And it's important that you highlight that because it does set the tone and the theme for the various conversations we'll have.
Yep.
Yesterday, it was very clear that government remains committed to creating a conducive environment that does boost and bolster confidence. We heard from various sponsors and partners who have committed to continue partnering and investing with this particular nation to unlock more potential. We heard from peers on the continent who are happy to collaborate and also share some lessons and learnings. And today, it's going to deep dive into what that looks like, looking at themes like renewable energy, how mining is not oil and oil is not mining, and of course understanding the opportunities that lie both onshore and offshore when it comes to opportunities in exploration.
Absolutely. So before we step off, I think it's just important for us to recognize the various sponsors that have made this 3-day conference possible. There are many of them. Let's give them a round of applause. Let's try harder than that. And then let's also remember that today we have parallel sessions happening. And we also have an exhibition hall in the barn. And the exhibitors have been very vocal in reminding us that when you have a break, please step over and have a look at the various stands. It's a further networking opportunity that is presented to you whilst you're here. Yeah.
Well, before we introduce our next speaker, the energy and momentum we had last night and during the course of the day is the energy we hope you'll maintain. Hopefully this time transferring that energy not just amongst yourselves, but to the speakers who are coming on stage.
Yes.
So that is strongly encouraged, and I hope that we certainly can go ahead and get the momentum going, right, by introducing our first speaker to share the opening remarks for day 2 of the Namibia International Energy Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and give a very warm, energetic welcome to the Chief Executive Officer of the Namibia Investment and Promotion Board, Nangula Waganja.
Welcome.
Good morning. If that is the warm, very warm welcome that is given here, then I don't know what a warm welcome looks like. So good morning. Thank you. That is a little bit warmer than the warm one that I got first. But I think I'm not going to blame you. If you are like me and you are a night person, then of course you are still waking up. And maybe you have not yet gotten your cup of coffee or your cup of tea, but I will make sure that I'm not the one that is going to keep you waiting for that for long. So it is a great honor and privilege for me to be with you this morning. Of course, I was with you on Tuesday afternoon, and I believe we had a very great discussion about the potential of involving local funding in especially the oil and gas sector. So I am going to assume that whatever protocol we have has been observed by the directors of ceremonies, and I will go quickly into welcoming remarks. Somebody said, I don't like people that take either welcoming remarks or vote of thanks and make it a whole speech. So please forgive me because I'm going to turn this one into a mini speech. I promise it's not going to be a whole speech, it's just going to be a mini one. So, Namibia, the land of the brave, the land of endless opportunities, and of course, we said the land of contrasting beauty, and the land of wide open spaces. You choose which one you want, that is who we are. And I said that Namibia is a little bit maybe like me. I'm not very good at anything, but normally I try to be a jack of many trades. And somebody asked me a few months ago, especially when you consider tourism, Nangula, and somebody wants to come to Namibia, what is Namibia known for? What is Namibia's niche in the tourism industry? And it took me time to think, and I said, no, I don't think we have got one niche in the tourism sector. I think diversity is who we are. And our tourism sector is diverse because if you want to experience all of the world in one place or most of the world in one place, then come to Namibia. Because you will find a little bit of Dubai, a little bit of Egypt, a little bit of Botswana, a little bit of Zambia, and a little bit of Utah, a little bit of USA from Grand Canyon and so forth. You will find a little bit of everything. So if you want to experience the world, come to Namibia. And therefore, that is one thing. We have not been able to find our niche in the world of saying, this is Namibia's niche, and therefore we have got an economy that has been surely or purely based on extractive industries. We are a land that is rich in natural resources, whether it is fisheries, whether it is minerals, and now, of course, in terms of the energy. And I think maybe that is where we are going to. We are talking about Namibia International Energy Conference, and yes, it is energies, like some companies are calling it now. We have got oil and gas, we have got solar, wind, and solar resources, we have got uranium for nuclear, and therefore, it's almost whatever your joy is, take your pick, and Namibia is the place. And that is why we are looking at saying, how do we establish Namibia as the sustainable energy capital of Africa? And of course, where the world comes to find the supply that they need to kill or deal with the energy poverty in Africa, but also where the world will come to find opportunities that they will, or possibilities that they will turn into real opportunities for us to decarbonize the planet. So whatever it is that you like, Namibia is your place. And therefore, we know that today we stand at the brink of probably a sector that will transform Namibia's destiny, whether it is from the finds of oil and gas, whether it is the opening up of uranium mines, whether it is the drive for green hydrogen and renewable energy. Namibia is focusing on making sure that we find our place in the global sphere and that we contribute significantly. What does this transformation mean for Namibia and for our people? We understand that there is figures that are being flown around, but what we know is that probably whatever happens, Namibia will in all likelihood double, if not possibly triple its GDP, maybe by 2040 or before that one. Of course, it is important to make sure that for that GDP and even the increase in FDI to benefit Namibians, as government and as a people, we need to be deliberate about what role are we playing as Namibia. We welcome our international investors, and we have always been an open economy. But there are times where we made a few mistakes by not making sure that there is good synergy and partnership between our local entrepreneurs and the international business communities or foreign investors. And therefore, this time around, we need to be more deliberate. We need to be focused. We need to make sure that we bring or we build smart partnerships between Namibians and their foreign investors. And that is why leveraging the local content, whether it is local content in terms of skills, whether it's local content in terms of enterprise development, whether it is services in all its forms, we need to make sure that we are deliberate. And I know I've been working a lot with international investors, and in terms of whether it is ESG or other internal company requirements, I think they are very, very open and excited to see how their various projects can play a role in the countries in which they are based. But we need to make sure that they understand the rules, and they need to make sure that we provide them with the support and an ecosystem that will enable that to function. We understand that the energy sectors, and especially the oil and gas and green hydrogen, will create multiple jobs. And of course, we don't want to only provide jobs that are semi-skilled or unskilled. And of course, we are excited, or we are pleased that we have had a Petro Fund that has been training Namibians for quite a number of years and getting ready for this sector, probably since 15 or even 20 or more than 20 years ago. So from a skills perspective, especially in oil and gas, yes, we might not be there, but I think we are a little bit sorted. When you look at green hydrogen, of course, there is still a long way to go. And therefore, we look forward to partner with our foreign investors as well as local entrepreneurs for us to provide the support that is required to have the skills. And you might know that the government of Namibia has availed 128 million Namibian dollars in the current budget to support apprenticeship. And therefore, if you are just doing a little bit in Namibia and you have got engineers or you have got whatever skills that you have, you can always hire a Namibian who has graduated and is probably not having employment currently to work alongside your engineers and your professionals so that they can learn, and the government will pay about 5,000 a month for that entrepreneur or for that apprentice to learn and for you to support that. So that is the money that we have availed, and I believe it's for the private sector to support government in that regard. We know that, of course, there will be significant requirement with regard to infrastructure, and that will require a lot of funding. And we are looking forward to leverage several relationships that we have built globally, but we are also looking forward to deploying local capital to invest in various areas. Now, of course, there will be challenges, and we need to make sure that we are prepared to face those challenges. There is what they call the Dutch disease, and we are being warned every day. Namibia, please make sure that you do not become so reliant on this sector that you forget about everything else. And I think that is why probably God, in his wisdom, made sure that he delayed this finding to a time where we have sorted ourselves out. So I believe we have sorted ourselves out, number one. Thank you. We have sorted ourselves out in understanding how to manage large sectors or large extractive sectors, because we have a significant experience with the mining sector. And number two, I think we have embarked on our diversity strategy, which NIPDB was told diversification for Namibia is important. We already have worked with the Harvard Growth Lab to understand our economy, to understand which sectors we need to drive. And as much as we love everything that we'll get from the energy sectors, we are very committed to make sure that we develop, build, and work with the other sectors. So that has helped us a lot. Namibia is the second most unequal country in the world currently. And we know that sectors like that, if we are not careful, it will even drive our level of inequality to levels that we have not seen before. And therefore, making sure that we are deliberate in bringing about equality in the sector, in bringing about equality in Namibia, and making sure that Namibians from all walks of life get their opportunities, not in this sector, but in adjacent sectors and other diversification sectors that we are driving. That is something that is important. Of course, yes, I've talked about the skills, and then it's really about collaboration. But before I touch on collaboration, I want to look at examples of maybe those collaborations actually that have happened globally. We know that, yes, the private sector has got certain skills, the public sector has got certain skills. For people like myself, we have worked in the private sector for 24 years, and now I'm in the public sector, and I appreciate the role of each of the sectors. And of course, the challenge that we have is how do we leverage our relationships in both sectors and our experience from both sectors to make sure that we bring the two worlds together. And that is what our former president, the late Dr. Hage G. Geingob did. For the past few years, he has really built a Namibian public sector that is really diversified in terms of skills, with people that have got policy experience, but also bringing in people that have got private sector experience. And I believe that he did that at a very, very good right time to bring about what he calls inclusive growth. And that is the mandate of the institution I represent, which is the Namibia Investment Promotion and Development Board. Yes, beside promoting investment, facilitating investment, supporting investors, we need to bring the two sectors together. And that's why we are busy finalizing the Namibia Public-Private Forum. That will be a forum led by the president the way we see it, and meeting annually to really tackle challenges that we are facing. And we are already implementing it at a lower level. We are having what we call productivity task force across sectors by bringing about players in the beef value chain, the high value fruit sector, and more recently, the electricity sector, to see what can we do to make sure that there is a meeting of mind between the public and the private sector. We have noted examples, for example, from a consortium in Kazakhstan, where there was good collaboration between the public and the private sector, and their project, which they call the Tenji Chevron, worked very well. There is another one, which was the Sakel Consortium in Russia, which was a good public-private sector collaboration, and also the Jubilee Field development in Ghana. We will want to see such developments in Namibia where the public and the private sector bring their know-how, their respective and complementary skill sets together to develop the Namibian economy. So, I told you it's going to be a mini speech, and I know by now you are saying, I think you have passed the word mini. You are now going into the max speech. So before I go into the max speech, let me just bring my welcome remarks to an end. So welcome to the last day. Is this the last day? The last day of the conference. We are excited to host you. We have been excited to host you. I'm sure that I was told last night was another level. I am so sorry I did not experience that level. I will make sure that next year I will experience that level. But again, welcome to the final day of this conference. We hope that it has been quite a good conference for you. We have enjoyed participating, and we look forward to collaborations that will be arising from this one and what we will do together to grow the Namibian economy. Thank you.
Thank you so much there to Nangula Wanja from the Namibia Investment and Promotion Board. And I think more than anything, as you prepare for next year, just make sure you bring your dancing shoes. That's the #1 requirement, to make sure that you join us for the evening and the gala dinner. But very important that you pick up on a number of aspects, not only to promote investment and ongoing participation from various sectors within Namibia's economy, but I do believe that it's important that you underscore the social aspect. In a world where we focus on ESG, on a continent like Africa, the S, together with the G, plays a very important role. And those are aspects that we do need to prioritize in ensuring that whilst we look to boost economic participation, we need to take the people of Namibia and their peers with them. And this segues beautifully into our next conversation, one that will be a panel discussion, essentially taking a look at the environment of renewable energy, what that looks like within Namibia's energy mix. We're well aware that many advancements have been made in terms of ongoing investment in the renewable energy space, primarily from a wind farm point of view and solar, given the opportunities and access that we have to sunlight here. But it is critical that we understand how this plays within the overriding realm of energy that we gathered here for today. I do want to advise you that you're more than welcome to take a look at the app. The full bios of the various speakers will be present on the app, as we are trying to make up on time that we might have missed out by just introducing you to the speakers in terms of their names and titles, and further engagement will be allowed through the app, meetings and opportunities for you to participate. This conversation takes a look at the role of renewable energy in Namibia's energy mix. It will be moderated by Jennifer Jumbe, Director for Energy and National Resource at S&P Global. Jens Wolf, Chief Executive Officer, Newman and Esser Group, will join as a panelist. He'll be accompanied by Naufiku Haumeme, who is the Principal for Sustainability and International Relations at the Bank of Namibia. Joseph Mukendwa, who's the Head of Policy of Planning and Strategy at the Namibia Green Hydrogen Program. Benedict Libanda, Chief Executive Officer at the Environment Investment Fund. And they'll also be joined by Halvi Ileka, Acting Director for Namibia Energy Institute at the Namibia University of Science and Technology. Please warmly welcome them on stage for the 60-minute panel discussion, which will afford you an opportunity to get a lot more color, clarity, and context into the role of renewable energy in the Namibian energy mix. A warm welcome to them, please. High five.
Well, good morning. Good morning. Gosh, now I feel like everyone's come down off the high of last night. As explained, my name is Jennifer Jumbe. I am one of the energy specialists at S&P Global, and I have the privilege and the honor of taking us through today as we discuss the role of renewable energy in Namibia's energy mix. My panelists have been introduced, but just to set the scene in terms of where we are today. So, you know, it's been interesting being here, hearing all of the plans, hearing all of the activity. I think a lot is focused on the oil discoveries. But today we want to talk about the renewable energy part of the story. We know that Namibia is very well placed at the moment. I know the person who introduced us was explaining about solar and wind. But we want to just understand and set the scene in terms of where we are from that renewable energy pipeline today. What are the opportunities today? What do we need to do today? We heard from one of the former speakers about the need for collaboration, the need for upskilling. And so really I'm hoping that over the course of the next hour, myself and my panel will be able to unpack some of the topics and some of the issues around the role that renewable energy can play in the energy mix. So I just want to start by maybe setting the scene and I will kick off with a question to Jens. So Jens, what is your assessment of Namibia's potential for renewable energy? And as you talk about that potential, maybe think about the potential locally, regionally, and globally. And the second part to that question is, what are the most important prerequisites to capture this potential?
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. First of all, very nice good morning, or wa la la po, I think it is, to everybody. Nice to be here. Really looking forward to see also. It was a bit overshadowed by the findings of the big fossil reservoirs, but we believe that basically fossil and renewable are so densely intertwined because the skill sets you need for both of them are very much related to each other, and that's why I think it's a logical consequence of each other. But coming to your question, Namibia, we are looking into Namibia also from our point of view, from a European point of view. We see that Namibia has the potential to become what Saudi Arabia has been in fossil, you can become in the renewable sector. And I know that sounds a very big word, but the potential is absolutely here. You're blessed with sun, you're blessed with wind, and we also will be able to solve the water supply problem. Of course, to basically come there and be able to capture these potential, because potential is nice to have, but you have to grab the bull by the horns. You have to do something, because otherwise the nicest vision without action is only a hallucination. So what we need basically, we need starting with projects which are hands-on, and at the same time develop the skill set in country. So my company, which I represent from Neumann Esser, we have a long history of creating local value. Just giving you a short example, we had a chemical plant in Thailand where we sent 2 service engineers, and now we have a 100+ full-time equivalent employee organization there, because we saw there is a market. And this is very comparable what could be done here in Namibia. We are not basically going for just building something and handing it over and not caring. We want to generate value here. And for this, the most important prerequisite is, of course, to have a trained local workforce and a trained local supply chain to maintain equipment, to eventually build equipment, a little bit an equivalent what is done in the automotive industry. When you start first by importing cars, then you get knockdown kits where you do the assembly work, and later on eventually start the manufacturing. But if you want to manufacture, you need stable energy supply, because energy is the blood of each economy. So this is basically my 2 cents in 2 minutes for this question. Thank you.
Thank you, Jens. Some good points there. And I like that you touched on kind of what could be done, what's been done in other sectors. I think that was a point that was also made earlier to say, Namibia's got the mining sector, for example. What lessons can we learn? What can we carry over? What are the linkages? But thinking about, what could be done, I'd like us to maybe think about what has been done at the moment, because we know that there's a lot of projects underway, a very strong project pipeline. The former speaker alluded to wind, for example, wind and solar. We know we've got a strong project pipeline. But I'd like us to maybe discuss a little bit on, what has been done. And I'm going to come across to Joseph. Joseph, could you maybe provide us with an overview of the Namibia Green Energy Hydrogen Program and the program's objectives, as well as how it aligns with Namibia's renewable energy goals and sustainability targets?
Okay, good morning all, and thank you for having us here this morning to participate in this conversation. Green hydrogen is the new baby on the block. I think there's still quite a lot that is not known. So I'm appreciative of the opportunity that has been granted for us to try and shed some light in terms of what we're doing in this space. So in as far as what the program's objectives are concerned, I would want to perhaps start by highlighting to everybody in attendance that we have a Namibia Green Hydrogen and Derivatives strategy that was developed and launched back in 2022. And in accordance with that strategy, it essentially outlines key initiatives and strategies that are going to assist the country to achieve its green hydrogen ambitions. And one of the key initiatives is around establishing a fit-for-purpose structure or organization that is going to be the champion for green hydrogen in the country. And that is where the Namibia Green Hydrogen Program actually comes in. We are a program under the Ministry of Mines and Energy, and we essentially advise the Minister of Mines and Energy on all matters pertaining to green hydrogen. So the Namibia Green Hydrogen Program was actually formally established, if I can put it that way, about 2 months ago. You may have seen in the local media that most of the executives came on board then. And in ensuring that we stick true to our objectives, what we then do is we facilitate the establishment of a conducive environment that will ensure that we can catalyze green industrialization in the country. And in that regard, we have key initiatives that we've already begun to undertake. As you would imagine, it's a new industry. We need to ensure that we develop the relevant regulatory frameworks. The legislation needs to be put in place. It also speaks to launching new projects within this space, as well as putting in place mechanisms to develop the skills that Namibians are going to need for them to be able to participate in this new space. So I'm happy that the issue of skills is something that is being discussed and has been highlighted by the previous two speakers. And just for the sake of the attendees, as the Namibia Green Hydrogen Program, we're actually embarking on the development of a comprehensive skills development strategy and plan that will clearly articulate the various skill sets that are required at the different levels, as well as put in place strategies around how we're going to ensure we have those skills available for Namibia's Green Hydrogen Program. To sort of speak to the second part of your question around how this aligns with Namibia's energy goals, and essentially you will appreciate that Namibia's energy goals include ensuring that we provide affordable and reliable energy for Namibians. And when we talk about sustainability, it's about ensuring that we increase substantially the share of renewable energy in Namibia's energy mix, mainly from solar and wind. And therein lies the alignment. I mean, if you look at green hydrogen and the projects that have been launched, the inputs is primarily wind and solar. And the idea is with the excess energy that will actually be generated with those projects, that can then be pumped into the grid, and that will help Namibia become more energy secure. So essentially that is what we've been doing in the energy space. Let me pause there and hand back to you.
Thank you very much. And I liked when you said a fit-for-purpose structure. I think one of the things that's been coming through over the past couple of days has been, it's not necessarily a one-size-fits-all. It's, what is going to fit Namibia and what is going to be relevant and appropriate for Namibia. And so, yeah, I like that phrase, the fit-for-purpose structure. I would like to move across to Naofiku then with my next question. Now, Naofiku, as the global focus shifts towards renewable energy, what role can central banks play in facilitating a just transition and promoting sustainability?
Thank you very much, Jen, and good morning to everyone. So thank you for the question on the role of central banks, especially when it comes to the conversation of what we can do to actually promote the just transition and also support sustainability. I think that as we're seeing the frequency and severity of climate-related risks increasing, a very important consideration for monetary authorities and also for central banks to reflect on is the scope of responsibility they wish to carry in managing their regulated entities. Of course, as we're all aware, extreme weather events disrupts economic activity, and this can obviously lead to financial losses, and it can actually create vulnerabilities within the financial system itself. So the question regulators have to ask themselves is whether or not they should mandate or they should consider mandatory climate financing for their regulated populace. Or alternatively, do we go the route of thinking that decisions around addressing climate change lie outside of the scope and the mandate of the central bank? So essentially, we're having to ask ourselves, should we play an active role, or should we lead it to government or central government to actually take the lead in this conversation? whilst at Bank of Namibia, we are keenly aware of the debate that's happening around this conversation. However, we do believe that Namibia, as a country that is, adversely affected by the impacts of climate change, does need to play more of a role in the discourse that's happening on both the regional and global stage around sustainability. And so there are essentially three factors that are pushing us to really be more active around this conversation. And the first one is really our context. I think as many people are aware, Namibia is disproportionately vulnerable to the effects of climate change. And this is despite the fact that, our contributions towards global emissions has really been negligible. However, we felt the effects coming through, particularly with the challenges posed by drought. And Namibia, within recent years, has had several episodes of severe droughts, most recently in 2013, 2016, 2019, and I'm sure if I ask the farmers in the room, they'll also argue 2024 could be one of them as well. But we actually found ourselves in a situation in 2022 where we had over 750,000 Namibians who were facing high levels of food insecurity. And of course, droughts don't only affect the agriculture sector, but even when it comes to our industrial production and our mining industries, we have quite a number of mining industries that are very water dependent. And so we always see whenever we have drought episodes that it does play and it does cascade into our economic performance. And speaking at a panel on the renewable energy sector, definitely we know that Namibia is very dependent on hydropower generation for a lot of our energy. So when we do have droughts, we have to depend on very expensive, alternatives to actually make up the shortfall. And this obviously leads to also pushing up inflationary pressures in the country. So if I speak about floods, it will be a similar situation. So that's one of the reasons why we feel as a central bank we need to be more on top of monitoring the effects. The second thing, which was spoken to earlier by Joseph, was the fact that we know that government's main play around leading the transition agenda is really green hydrogen. So as advisors to government, we want to be in a position where we're able to give them policy advice around this and assist the government in actually achieving this ambition. And the third and final factor, which is really pushing us to be more active in this, is obviously we're picking up on the fact that our regulated entities, the banking industry, is really beginning to play a very active role in the sustainability space. And we've seen this in recent years with a number of banks having actually issued green bonds. So in order for us to be a responsible regulator, we need to be up to date with what's happening in order to co-create solutions with industry. So the vision for the Bank of Namibia is really to be proactive in this conversation, to adopt a forward-looking approach, and we're hoping that in supporting the transition agenda, we will not only be able to mitigate climate risk, but also create opportunities for economic growth within the renewable energy space.
Thank you for a very comprehensive answer. And I picked up on a lot of what you said, especially around the environment and the climate, and maybe that takes us actually into Benedict and his field of expertise. So Benedict, perhaps you could just provide us with an overview of the Environment Investment Fund of Namibia and the role and the mandate that you have in supporting environmental conservation, climate action, and sustainable development initiatives in the country.
Thank you so much. Let me start by thanking the organizers for extending the invitation to us to participate in this very important dialogue. Basically, the Environmental Investment Fund of Namibia is a state-owned entity. We are established to mobilize resources, both from domestic and international partners, and deploy such resources towards assets that promote environmentally friendly investments as well as sustainable development. In view of renewable energy, especially in the energy mix, it's becoming acceptable that renewable energy is not merely an option but a necessity for our sustainable development. This is for a number of reasons, and we do that at the EIF. I'll just touch on it in a moment. In addition to wind and solar, we do have very good geothermal and biomass potential. But recently, we've seen the emergence of green hydrogen, as my colleague Mukendwa has alluded to. What we're doing in the space of green hydrogen as the ERF is that we've established a fund called the SDG Namibia 1 Fund, and this fund is a blended financing facility that looks at investing in green hydrogen production as well as supporting infrastructure and also value chains within the green hydrogen spectrum. The fund is managed by the NAM H2 fund managers, which is a partnership between the Environmental Investment Fund and our international partners, the climate fund managers and Invest International. So the size of this fund in terms of its full operation is targeted to be at 1 billion euros. And so far we have a pipeline of about 9 projects valued at 21 billion Namibian dollars, 21 billion US dollars. We've made 2 investment decisions, one in a green hydrogen asset, the other one in a green steel sector, just to indicate the diversity of the portfolio under this program. In addition to that, the ERF is used as a vehicle to implement Namibia's commitment towards addressing climate change. As part of the global fight against climate change, we are party to the Paris Agreement, and under the Paris Agreement, we have committed ourselves through the nationally determined contribution to reduce emissions by 91% by 2030 in terms of business as usual scenarios. And to do that, we are deploying a lot of energy strategies and capital towards developing programs that reduce carbon emissions and also promote access to renewable energies. Besides that, we're also providing awareness raising to different sectors, especially sectors that are trading with the EU, on the incoming regulation of the EU taxonomy and the carbon border adjustment mechanisms, to try to realign their production systems with those kind of regulations that are likely to impact on their cash flow in terms of the impending carbon taxes that will be imposed by the EU. And also trying to diversify different industries to capture emerging ones such as carbon capturing mechanism, carbon credits, etc. I think in a nutshell, that's what we do at the ERF.
Thank you very much. And, so we've touched on a little bit of the projects. We've spoken a bit about some of the policies and kind of changes. I'd actually like to move across to the people element, because again, we have been thinking about Namibia and how all of these advancements and projects can actually benefit the average Namibian person as well. So I want to move across to Halvi. And Halvi, let's talk about the people element in terms of what's going to be needed. I would like to ask you, how can public-private partnerships play a role in enhancing employability in Namibia? Particularly in terms of creating work-integrated learning opportunities. We heard earlier again about apprenticeships and these opportunities that are being created. But thinking about work-integrated learning opportunities, apprenticeships, and skills development initiatives.
Thank you very much also for having me. First, I would like to introduce the Namibia Energy Institute and what we have done in the energy sector, particularly renewable energy. The institute, the Namibia Energy Institute, is established by the Ministry of Mines and Energy, and we are fully funded by the Ministry of Mines and Energy. and we are hosted at the Namibia University of Science and Technology with the mandate to build the capacity, so training and capacity building. We also conduct research and development, and we also assisting the ministry technically in the development of policy and regulatory framework. We are managing projects on behalf of the ministry, and we also conducting consultancy. So with this, basically focusing in the renewable energy, I just want to say we have 4 centers, a center of oil and gas, a center of renewable energy and energy efficiency, a center of nuclear sciences, a center of electricity supply, basically to assist the ministry and ensure that energy supply in the country is sustainable. So what we have done in terms of skills, in terms of renewable energy, for example, managing the projects with the international partners and local institutions. We have now a renewable energy master program developed at UNAM in renewable energy. We also have a Master of Sustainable Energy Systems established at the Namibia University of Science and Technology. We also work with our Namibia Training Authority to develop courses, unit standard, for example, in solar technology now. And coming now that we have green hydrogen, we've conducted basically a skills study to understand how the Namibian people can be employed within the, for example, P2X, power-to-X industry. And with this, for example, at the Master of Program, so we map out all the courses at NAST and also at the NTA that are provided by private trainers and also public TVET trainers, where we think upskilled is required for specialized field. For example, now wind technology, hydrogen, electrolyzers, and I think also probably oil and gas still pass within that. What we are missing is more really, like our industry is very small, and we are finding now that we need more technicians and that can really do hands-on training. We also need to train the trainers to basically also have hands-on, also to register for engineering courses, for example. To your question, what needs to be done, and I think it already has been said by Madam Wanja, that the courses are the demand of the industry. And so the industry need to demand, for example, and the government can enable. And the training institutions such as the university and NTA can then provide the capacity. But we need, because the courses are demanded from the industry, we also need the industry, for example, to provide their on-job training. And this has been missing, for example, and I think it needs to be strengthened due to, for example, the lack of industry. Industry is very small, it cannot accommodate all students. It's also very costly to send the Namibian people outside Namibia to the industrialized countries. So what we think a collaboration can strengthen the equipment, the training equipment at the training institutions, and to make sure that we actually accommodate a number of Namibians to the hands-on training of these specialized courses. All the courses are basically mapped out, and it's just really the collaboration, and we heard that a number of budget is now allocated to provide this on-job training, for example, to allow the industry and students to participate, to have really hands-on and to have Namibian employed in this. I think we also, in the renewable energy sector, we have now really experience where we know there are a number of SMEs who were part of the local content, and we can really provide experience of how the Namibian SMEs need, what capacity, what training, what skills they need in order for them to fully participate in the training. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so if I was to summarize what you've just said, I think one of the key themes that I'm picking up there is partnership. So, you know, we've spoken about the projects and the policies, we've spoken about the people, but actually now I'd like us to talk about some of these partnerships. So I'm going to jump across back to Benedict. So Benedict, what are some of the successful projects or partnerships that the Environment Investment Fund of Namibia has supported in the renewable energy sector? And how have these initiatives contributed to job creation, to environmental protection, and to the economic development in Namibia?
Oh, thank you so much. I think we've got a number of very exciting examples of projects that we have successfully undertaken in the past. But before I go directly to those projects, I wanted to share with the audience that our business model is mainly to invest in new and nascent industries and incubate those industries towards flourishing. So we use a lot of, concessional approach in our investments. So we are a high risk tolerant entity. So we provide a lot of grant funding for projects at early stage and de-risks those projects so that they reach FID. One of the most successful programs that we've executed extremely very well is called the SUNREF program, the Sustainable Utilization of Natural Resource and Energy Financing Program. And this was a line of credit from the French development agencies to the EIF and to 3 participating commercial banks. That was FNB, Bank Windhoek, as well as Nedbank Namibia. So what happened, the 3 banks were able to deploy their allocation towards renewable energy projects within solar and wind. And the success factor and the experience that we learned from that program, which deployed almost $1 billion Namibian was that Bank Windhoek, for example, was oversubscribed with project pipelines to the extent that they went further to issue a green bond to finance their pipeline. Yeah? So that was a huge success of the program. If you look at the combined megawatts of renewable energy projects that we financed through that program, were about 40 megawatts, and that displaced an estimated amount of 55,000 tons of carbon emission equivalent from the atmosphere, and those are the kind of impacts that we're looking at. Created about more than 12,000, temporary and full-time jobs during constructions, as well as during operations and maintenance of those solar plants. So, and if we pick on those 2 examples, it indicates that renewable energy within the energy mix, holds a lot of promises for our country. We've got a vast country that, as we've heard this morning, and connecting our rural areas through grid connection system is extremely expensive. Renewable energy that is off-grid, solar is playing an extremely important role for access to energy, and also propelling rural economic development. And we've had a very good share of it with experience, where we've a couple of 2 megawatts, 3 megawatts kind of plants, distributed across countries and offering livelihood and economic opportunities, especially to the rural economies. I think, yes, in a nutshell, I think I'll end there.
Thank you very much. Now, thinking about, some of these successes, I think for me, when I think about these successes, in order for us to see that continued success, one of the things that I've been thinking about is resilience. So I wanted to just go back to Jens. There's been a lot of African proverbs being thrown around in the past couple of days. I did some Googling myself, and one of the ones I saw today was that a tree with strong roots laughs at storms. So let's talk a little bit about the strong roots that we have in Namibia, and some of the strong roots that we're going to need to be resilient. I want to come across to Jens. And Jens, given all of the developments around green hydrogen, around solar, around wind, how diversified and resilient is the supply chain for electrolyzers and other key renewable energy components in Namibia? And what efforts are being made to mitigate risks related to supply chain disruptions? I mean, we had COVID, which is a major disruptor. We've got price fluctuations, and also, those international dependencies. So let's talk a little bit about our strong roots and how we're putting down strong roots here.
Yeah, thank you so much for this multifaceted question. So first of all, coming perhaps to looking into the Namibian economy itself, of course it is still quite obvious that there is no electrolyzer manufacturing industry in the country yet. This is quite clear. But in total, when you look at the market, there is definitely 4 different main systems for electrolysis. Technologies, which is alkaline, which is the oldest one, more than 100 years old. Then you got the PEM technology, you got the solid oxide technology for high temperature, and you have got basically the AEM technology, which is a mix between alkaline and PEM. And for the alkaline industry, it has been there so long, it is very mature and it is available. And for the PEM technology, we now see for the supply chains that many of the car supply, automotive supply companies all over the world are investing into doing this, because these membranes, what you need for that, they are really very well mass producible. So we will see a price drop, and they are constantly also working on lowering the amount of rare and precious material needed in there. So basically, this is for the supply chain. It is basically, there is a lot of resilience in there. You can multi-source it from many, many places. And the good thing is, as we already hinted a little bit in the beginning, you can make it more and more a local product. Yeah, the more demand you have here, you typically would start with setting up your own service people, being able to maintain and operate, and then from there you expand more and more along the value chain, localize it, start with assembly here, and then later on perhaps eventually manufacturing these elements. Yeah, there's also a strong research center in neighboring South Africa, where we have been visiting there. They are developing their own stacks. So we are doing the same in Brazil, together with with Shell company, together with our company Hydron. We have there developing perhaps also a stack which is more from the layout for a more rugged environment to do it like this. What we of course need to succeed is we need the workforce, and this is what you are working on, which is very nice to see. both on the academic side, but very much also on the hands-on side. You need people who are very much on face-to-face with spanners, with electronics, with control systems to operate and maintain stuff. And this will be very important. And what I see as the big chance is, compared to the fossil stuff, in the renewable business, Namibia clearly has the big chance to not only be active in upstream, but to be active also in downstream application, creating real value, adding value, because we know in oil and gas the money is in the downstream and not in the upstream very often. And the upstream is very, very not resilient because you are directly connected to the world market, whereas in the downstream you are much more able to compensate. And this will also hold true for the green electricity and the conversion to hydrogen and its derivatives. You can add value, you can make the electron more precious by forming it into a very highly demanded molecule. Now this is a big chance, what you can see here.
Thank you very much, Jens. And just sticking on that hydrogen topic, I think it was Benedict who described hydrogen as the new kid on the block. I want to maybe unpack a little bit kind of the why behind the what. So when we think about green hydrogen, my question actually is to Joseph. Joseph, what are the key advantages of green hydrogen production and utilization compared to other forms of renewable energy? And how do you envisage green hydrogen specifically contributing to Namibia's energy transition?
Okay, thank you for that. There are numerous advantages of green hydrogen. I'll just mention a few, and I'm sure they are obvious to everybody as well. Essentially, it is a clean energy. It is generated or produced utilizing renewable sources in the form of solar and wind, so that is one advantage. It is also sustainable in that it does not emit any pollutants in the production as well as in the combustion or the use thereof, so that is another added advantage. Thirdly, it is also easy to store and can be utilized, at a later date other than when it is actually produced, and can also be converted into derivatives such as synthetic fuels. It can actually then also be changed into ammonia that can then be an input for fertilizer, among other things. So there are various uses thereof. And then lastly, in terms of advantages, it can then be transported. So it is actually a secure form of storing energy that can be transported to different localities. So hence, it's actually quite good for Namibia as a product that we can export to partner countries. In terms of, how it can contribute to sort of Namibia's energy transition, first and foremost, I think green hydrogen, it's actually dawning that it's going to be critical for the global decarbonization efforts, and also equally for Namibia's decarbonization efforts. It will help in reducing Namibia's carbon footprint and also aligning to some of the international climate goals that were mentioned by my colleague Benedict. So those are added advantages. And it has been mentioned that Namibia is actually well endowed with these natural resources in as far as sun and wind. I think indications are that we're probably in the top 5 in the world when you look at the capacity factors. In as far as how strong our wind and solar resources are. So it only makes sense that we take advantage of this, and through water electrolysis we can then produce green hydrogen that has several uses. But for me, green hydrogen is more than just an energy source. I think some of the speakers and also Ms. Wanja mentioned it earlier. It holds the promise to contribute significantly to the social economic development of the country. The research indicates that it's likely to contribute significantly to the country's GDP. It's likely to create in excess of around 600,000 jobs by 2040. And we know that the country is plagued with high unemployment. We are the second most unequal country in the world. And also something that Jens mentioned, if we look at green hydrogen, it can actually then be utilized to add value to some of our other processes. So in so doing, we can then move away from Namibia being primarily dependent on the primary sector, so resource extraction, but then we can add value to what we extract, and in so doing, create a secondary industry. And that is essentially the space that we actually want to play in. And if you look at Vision 2030, it has targets to actually move the contribution of the secondary sector from around 15% to about 42% of GDP. So those are some of the contributions that green hydrogen actually brings to the table. However, there's a lot to be done. And I think some of the points were already raised here by the speakers in as far as local content is concerned. We need to ensure that we empower our locals, be it at enterprise development level, be it employment as well for some of these projects. We need to ensure that we hold the projects that come and operate in the borders of Namibia to targets whereby they can employ the majority of their employees must be Namibians, but also in terms of skills development. And I'm happy to hear what my colleague from the Namibia Energy Institute is saying. And essentially, when we talk about skills development, it needs to be a collaborative effort. So you will be receiving a call from our office so that we can engage and then ensure that we work together on providing the skills that the green hydrogen industry is actually going to need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And, you touched on several really good points, but you talked about this kind of ecosystem and this kind of symbiotic effect, right, of the green hydrogen projects and how that can tailor and filter into, other sectors like agri. I like that you finished with Halvi because I'd actually like to ask Halvi my next question. And my next question really goes back to that people element, because as we've discussed, a lot of this is quite nascent, a lot of this is quite new, a lot of this is fast moving, especially if we think about the technological enhancements and the changes that we're seeing every day. So Halvi, my question to you is, what strategies or initiatives can be implemented to support the upskilling and in some cases reskilling of workers in Namibia to meet the demands of a rapidly changing labor market?
Yes, thank you very much. With the Namibia Energy Institute, for example, now looking at the current demand in the industry, we started currently teaming up with international partners to develop short courses that can be provided to the Namibian people. Like we started already teaming up, for example, with Kafueko, we are giving short courses. We started now training the trainers from UNAM engineering campus, and we also started with all the training providers. So we capacitating them, upskilling them so they can start providing courses to the Namibian to participate in the industry. So what we saw there is there is a need for dedicated funding required. It's very costly for international partners to come in Namibia, for example, but it's also very costly to send the Namibian abroad. So we need both. We need to send Namibians, a number of Namibians, abroad with the international partners so they can really have hands-on. We have a number of unemployed already who graduated, have done engineering courses. So we need to partner up internationally and locally to really mass train so Namibian people can participate in the training. So funding is required. We need to do both locally, and we need to partner industry, the government, and the training institutions basically to really work together and provide training. The skills, we have a number of skills which are there already and which we feel we just need short courses to upskill, but this require hands-on equipment as well. So what we are setting up now, it's labs at the university, for example, which talks to a number of hands-on training, but we can also, basically what we are saying is we need to make funding available to finance the international partners, to collaborate with the Namibian Training Institution and also to develop the training equipment to meet the industry demand. But also we are saying the industry need to fully participate in identifying the programs that need to be offered. Jobs, for example, they need to come up with job profiling so we can assist in providing the demand which is required by the industry.
Thank you very much. Now over to Nafiku. Nafiku, my question for you is, in light of all of these kind of rapid advancements in Namibia's green hydrogen and renewable energy sector, how will Namibia's Sovereign Wealth Fund contribute to the country's long-term financial resilience and prosperity?
Thank you very much. I love that question. Thank you, Jen. So in terms of Namibia Sovereign Wealth Fund, our Sovereign Wealth Fund, which is called the Welwitschia Fund, was actually established in May of 2022. And this was done following extensive national consultation and also benchmarking against international best practice. So currently our Sovereign Wealth Fund is managed by the Bank of Namibia, and it's done with the oversight of the Ministry of Finance and Public Enterprises. And the way that it's structured right now is that it currently has two components or two different legs. So essentially we have the intergenerational savings account, and then we have the stabilization account. So our savings account is meant to contribute towards intergenerational prosperity, whilst our stabilization account is meant to serve essentially as a buffer against commodity price volatility and also external economic shocks that we may face. So the way that it's been set up is that we've essentially adopted a counter-cyclical approach when it comes to our stabilization account specifically. And it's there to protect the Namibian economy when we have downswings, and also to protect the fiscus as well. So in terms of the fund's performance, our Welwitschia Fund has performed very well. So initially it was the initial seed capital that we had when we were setting up the Welwitschia Fund was a total of 262 million Namibian dollars, which is roughly equates to 17.9 million USD. And since it was set up, the fund has performed very well, and it's actually grown to an amount of about 425 million Namibian dollars, roughly 22 million US dollars. And this is as of February of this year. So we believe that the impressive performance that we have seen from the fund really underscores the potential for our Welwitschia Fund to contribute to Namibia's long-term financial resilience and also the prosperity. And maybe just to touch on the governing aspects. So we're currently in the process of finalizing the governing legislation that will, govern the fund. And once we do get it approved, the bill will then go over to Parliament for final approval. So looking ahead, we do believe that the Welwitschia Fund will play a strategic role, especially as we're seeing more advancements and developments within the oil and gas sector, but also in the renewable space. And we're hoping that ultimately it will really contribute towards protecting the economy from external shocks and then safeguarding the fiscus as well.
Thank you very much. Some impressive results indeed. I'm going to jump across now to Benedict. Benedict, perhaps you can just share with us briefly how does the Investment Fund of Namibia prioritize and allocate funding to support renewable energy projects, biodiversity conservation efforts, and other environmental initiatives that contribute to Namibia's green growth and resilience goals?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Actually, we are driven by national priorities, and to a larger extent, those national priorities are influenced by our international commitments. As I indicated earlier, we are party to the Paris Agreement under the UNFCCC Convention, and also to the Biodiversity Convention, as well as the Desertification Convention. And as such, our strategy going forward are quite broad in terms of national interest. Just to pick one or two examples, is that Namibia has taken a very strong stance to promote a green industrialization agenda. So for us to have a very good success rate in pushing that agenda, we are using the green hydrogen as a launch pad to incubate and leverage different sectors that have got value addition within the green industrialization agenda. We're looking at, for example, the green shipping corridors within the maritime sector, where some of the derivatives such as methane can be used for the shipping sector in Walvis Bay to become an international refueling and our station for the shipping sector. We're looking at agriculture, mainly green ammonia to improve the agricultural sector. That is from a production point of view. We're looking at kerosene for the aviation sector, etc. So those kinds of priorities, informs the intervention that the EIF, prioritizes on. But most important, in all what we do, we've got a strong recognition of the importance of ESG, which is environmental and social governance. Most of our interventions should meet the IFC performance standards on environmental and performance management, and those are the ones that really influence our choice of intervention. It's not solely on environmental impact outcomes, but we need to see a very good blend of outcome that combines social as also economic returns on investment.
Thank you very much. So picking up on the standards that you mentioned, I would like to touch on strategy. So we've spoken about kind of what needs to be done and thinking about strategy. Another one of my African proverbs that I'm going to throw in the mix is that tomorrow belongs to people who prepare for it today. So thinking about that strategy, I'd like to jump across to Joseph. Joseph, what strategic partnerships or collaborations are currently in place to support the development of the green hydrogen projects in Namibia? And how do you see these partnerships driving innovation and investment into the sector?
Okay, thanks, Jen. Since the sector is still fairly new, the partnerships that we currently have and collaborations are mainly government to government. We have a partnership that has been established with the German government to support and actually invest in the development of the sector. So we received significant investment in that regard. Part of the funding actually went into developing the Namibia green hydrogen and derivatives strategy that I mentioned earlier, that really forms the basis of the initiatives that we're implementing in the green hydrogen sector. Over and above that, the funding is actually gone into supporting some of the pilot projects to actually capacitate them to ensure that they are able to produce green hydrogen. So the likes of the Dowres green scheme, there is actually funding that has been provided there. There's also other projects within the Irongo region that are being supported. And also another aspect of the support that we're receiving from the German government is going towards skills development. So you will have seen in the local media, we've actually advertised scholarships for students to go and study in various occupational areas and various master's degrees. And now the partnership that we have with the German government, in there comes the sort of the added value in that they have a developed market when it comes to green hydrogen. So some of our students, whilst they may start off their education, especially those at master's level at our local institutions of higher learning, there is a partnership arrangement with a university in Germany where they get to go and do practical sort of work as part of their curriculum. So that is one aspect. Another one in terms of partnerships or collaborations that we have is with the Belgian government as well. They've also progressed quite a bit in as far as green hydrogen is concerned. And we are actually busy putting together a study tour that will then go and observe in real life what is actually happening in the green hydrogen sector. We'll be able to see for ourselves what an electrolyzer looks like, but also some of the softer stuff in terms of when we are thinking of putting together legislation, when we're thinking of putting together regulation, what are some of the things that we need to look out for? What are some of the best practices that we need to actually incorporate? What are some of the innovative strategies that we need to put in place to ensure that this actually yields the intended result? So those are but a few of the existing collaborations and partnerships. But through that, even with the Belgian government, when we go and see them, there are some technology companies that we are actually meeting, and the hopes is that from these engagements, when we come back, we'll have created networks that we can actually call upon, that we can partner going forward as well.
Perfect, thank you so much. My last question is going to go to Jens. Jens, can you describe Newman S's role and contribution to the energy sector in Namibia, particularly in advancing renewable energy projects and sustainable development initiatives?
Yes, thank you. So very much in line what Joseph said also with the engagement of the German government, we as a German medium-sized family-owned enterprise, we are doing exactly this. We are active in these projects he mentioned, be it on a small scale size for, let's say, a couple of megawatts, but also having an eye already on the future for the gigawatt-sized projects to build it up there. And this is exactly what we are doing. We are having training programs. We are doing on-the-job training here in the country. We can do this. We have a training center in our headquarters to work together. We have to work both on the academic level. And what my point would be is we should embrace the current very favorable fossil energy situation here, use this to train more people already on equipment, because a compressor compressing hydrogen is the same in oil and gas as it is for the renewable market. The pump you use is the same pump. If you have the same skill set and you embrace basically the current rush also in the let's say conventional energy and use this as a skill set building springboard, then you can fully embrace the potential and the opportunities you have to become the powerhouse what you are doing there. And it's very clear that we have to partner up. We also are looking, for example, into partnerships with companies like ThyssenKrupp, Halder Topsoe for ammonia processes and so on, to basically be able to be an important puzzle piece in the entire value chain of renewables. First thing which must be there, of course, is the generation of renewables. We need wind farms. We need people who develop wind farms and solar farms. Then we have to go the next steps, and it has to be built up. And it will take, of course, a little bit of time. But with all the impatience we all have in ourselves, we must have a good plan to do this. And my word would be, it is not fossil against renewable, it's fossil and renewable. And we need both to fight against the energy poverty on this continent, which is so much hindering the development. This would be my final takeaway from this.
Thank you so much. And this brings our panel discussion to an end. I would like to thank my panelists for a very, very engaging conversation. Just to summarize some of the key points that came out today, what I'm hearing is in order for the renewable energy sector to continue to grow and really to thrive, I jotted down 4 of the P's that I heard coming out today. One was partnership, which is going to be crucial for us to develop, for us to grow and to be able to move forward. The other was the policies. There was talk of local content and policies to actually empower locals on the ground. The other one that we heard quite a lot was the people. So we need to be in a position to empower, to upskill, and to give the people a seat at the table. And the other was the projects. So I'd like to thank you. Namibia is open for business, as we've been hearing consistently these past couple of days. I'm excited for Namibians as a fellow African. I think there's a lot of potential, there's a lot of possibility. It's an ambitious country which benefits from a lot of stable policies, and so I just wish all of you the very best in all of your endeavors, and as a fellow African, we'll be watching closely. They say the speed of the leader is the speed of the gang, and so we're all riding on your coattails and wishing you well. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jennifer, I'd like to thank you personally for that expert leading of your panel. I don't even need to summarize. You have done that so well, focusing on the 4 Ps and reminding us of the various opportunities that we have to take the energy mix forward. So whilst they take their picture, and before we listen to the sponsor remarks, I just have a few announcements. The first one is that whilst we have this plenary session, we also have a number of parallel sessions that are running. There's a master class. It started at 10 a.m. It's dealing with fostering supplier capability and building a competitive market in the energy sector. We also have a master class at 11, which is focused on becoming an energy hub, discussing the Singapore experience. Then we will have a networking break at 11:30, which is powered by Woodside Energy. And then at 11:50, there's a leadership dialogue on future energy leaders. So yesterday we were trying to keep you in the room. Today we are trying to make sure that you go everywhere where you are needed. And the next thing is also relative to the exhibition space, where you have the opportunity to be on a podcast. So a young lady from Wojen, and I must now just remember her name, Neuvo Amukushu. She's dressed in blue, she's got a powder blue jacket and a patterned pants, and she's looking forward to hearing your experiences of being at the conference, having an opportunity to share your own contribution and to let the world know about what it is that your company is doing relative to the energy sector. So please, you can find Nekusho in the barn outside, which is the exhibition area, and I'm sure she would love to hear from all of you. And that gives you an opportunity to be featured on the videos of this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, we have the opportunity of sponsor remarks from Mr. Osvaldo Inacio. Is that correct? Inacio, who is the Executive Director of Sonangol and Chairman of Sonels, a seasoned business leader and senior executive with a passion for building high-performance teams. His broad leadership expertise cuts across not only all disciplines, but also many sectors and industries. He does have a specific focus on oil and gas, development banking, telecommunications, and consulting. And in his role at Sonangol, he oversees a broad portfolio of businesses, including key corporate functions, logistics support bases for offshore exploration, or operations, and telecommunications. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome one of our sponsors from Sonangol, Mr. Osvaldo Inacio.
Bem-vindo a Sonels. Somos pioneiros no setor logístico de serviços integrados em Angola. Mais do que apenas uma base logística para a indústria petrolífera, a Sonels é um centro de inovação movida por um trabalho que visa a eficiência e sustentabilidade. Estamos a construir um futuro, sendo a preservação e a redução do impacto ambiental o foco de tudo o que fazemos.
Thank you for that wonderful introduction. It does make me feel half Namibia now, and I'm going to be talking to the ministry to claim my passport. So, first of all, I wanted to thank Reach Africa, especially Selma. For those of you who don't know it, last year at the 5th edition of this conference, a new nickname was coined for her, the Lioness. And it's the Lioness because of the amount of effort required to pull something like this together, bringing political leaders, business leaders, the community in general, and calling upon us to talk and discuss about energy, right? So, Selma, thank you so much for the invite. And when I received your invitation, I said immediately yes. And I said yes because when your brother and sister calls upon you, you come running, right? And Angola and Namibia have been sharing a lot over the years. And so we feel really honored and proud to receive this invitation to speak And so we also very gladly accepted to sponsor the event. So Selma, thank you so much. And the theme of this conference couldn't be more fitting, right? There's a lot of discoveries happening across Namibia. And now we are called upon to reimagine how to turn those possibilities into prosperity for Namibia and beyond. And how we can do that. First, I feel like I'm in a tough spot today because I'm speaking just after a renewable session, renewable energy session, right? And I'm talking about oil and gas. So I feel like, oh, how am I going to put the message across, right? So, but it's very fitting that I'm speaking just after renewable energy because the energy mix of the future, it's really going to have to be oil and gas, renewables, and everything else, right? And this is important because I want to take you to 2050. Just imagine you are in the year 2050. The United Nations projects the world population to grow from 8 billion today to 10 billion in 2050. That means adding about 79 million people every year to the globe. Just imagine what the energy requirements are going to be for consumption, household consumption, but particularly industrialization across Africa and the global south. 75 million people being added every year into the globe means, I'm going to give you perspective. Think about countries like Portugal, Belgium, Sweden, Finland, Switzerland, Greece. If you put the global population of those countries together, they are still below 79 million people. So which means we will be adding 6, 7 to 8 countries together into the global population mix every year from now to 2050. And how do you make sure you have the energy required to keep developing the world, especially in countries like Namibia, Angola, and the global south in general, right? So, as I was saying, it's just fitting to have renewable energy discussions in addition to oil and gas because we need reliable energy sources to foster overall economic development. And the UN projection is that UN and other sources project that about 50% of the energy required by 2050, it's still going to be coming from fossil fuels. So we're not going anywhere. You will need to be with us, okay? We are not going anywhere, and oil and gas is here to stay. And this is why it's so important for us to be here in Namibia at this event, discussing, turning the possibility of the oil discoveries into prosperity. But having said that, Namibia is on a tough spot today. It needs to balance how to move strategically around making sure the right infrastructure is being put in place at the right speed and at the right time, while at the same time also moving fast. And it does remind me of something that our chairman in Sonangol typically says. He says, we need to change the tire with the car moving. We don't have the luxury of stopping to change the tire. We need to move it with the car. We need to change it with the car moving. And this is really the spot where Namibia is today. Another version of this is build the plane while you fly it, right? So if building an infrastructure so important like a logistic hub takes some time, to plan, execute, plan, finance, and execute, there are other decisions that need to be made fast. Because, unfortunately, Namibia doesn't have the luxury of waiting and thinking, rethinking decisions that need to be made in order to accelerate development of the discoveries that have been made. And how can we all support in doing that? Collaboration. Angola is just across the border here, right? In the 70s, when our founding president, President Neto, when he declared independence in the 70s, right after that, he said something that stuck with us for years. He said, Angola will not be independent until Namibia, Zimbabwe, and South Africa are free. I will repeat that. He said, Angola will not be free until Namibia, Zimbabwe, and South Africa are free. And he followed through that, allocating resources, and we even shared some blood in this territory. We were so glad in March 1990, when Namibia became independent. We watched live on TV, live feed coming from Namibia. Our leaders were here celebrating because we felt that it was a fulfillment of the prophecy of our founding president saying, until Namibia is free, we are not totally free. And so for us, it's just fitting to be here and collaborate with Namibia in making sure we are sharing lessons learned. As you all know, Angola has been in the business of oil and gas for over 60 years. We did a lot of things very well. We obviously also made some mistakes along the way, and Namibia can leverage from that experience in order to accelerate what needs to be done here in Namibia, decisions that need to be made in order to foster development of oil and gas. And I was very happy when the minister, the honorable minister said yesterday that he basically transformed the famous African proverb that says, if you want to go far, go together. If you want to go fast, go alone. But he very smartly transformed that into, you need to go far and fast. And collaboration is really key for that to happen. So when you think about capacity development, Sonangol has done a lot in that space. Not only building infrastructure, but training facilities, and a lot, university, etc. We did a lot in order to make sure we were building the skills needed for the industry. And we believe there's a lot of value in leveraging from that experience. Today, Sonangol cuts across in the whole value chain of the oil production, from upstream, downstream, refining, trading and shipping oil across the globe, and everything in between. And we believe that's an experience that shouldn't be going to waste, right? Namibia can leverage a lot from there. And that takes me to one important infrastructure that needs to be built in Namibia to accelerate development, which is the logistic hub. There's no oil operation exploration and production without the right logistic support to the operators that are taking those difficult decisions in going 300 kilometers away from the shore, 6,000 meters down to pull oil off the ground. They need the right logistic support in order to do that. And I was very glad to see that there's now a decision made that that logistic hub is going to be built in Ludwig. That decision was important. And delaying that, a big role in supporting Namibia as well. As you all know, for those who don't know, we've developed a logistic hub in Angola, which is top of the range globally. And I don't want to be humble about that. We've been operating that base for about 30 years now, almost 30 years, and we've leveraged from the experience of different countries. And today, that base is totally owned by Angolans, run by Angolans, for support to the Angolans' oil and gas operations. It just happened actually that the CEO of that logistic hub is here at the conference as well, sitting in front here. So we will be very happy in sharing some of those experiences with Namibia. And we were very privileged, we felt very privileged when His Excellency President Mbumba came to visit 2 months ago, and he wanted to see with his own eyes the famous Sonil's logistic base, and he left very impressed. That's a model that can be leveraged in Namibia, and we are ready to do that because the industry badly needs it in order to support the operations. I don't want to be much longer here and prevent the next panel from coming and have that interesting conversation about oil and gas. But I wanted to make sure that I was able to make a few remarks, and I thank you again for that wonderful introduction just a few minutes ago. Thank you so much. We are here to support Namibia the same way we did in the past.
Thank you so much, Mr. Inácio. Should I say muito obrigada? We appreciate the support and ongoing level of camaraderie that's being displayed and, of course, being shared in the sentiments that you've highlighted here today. And given that we did touch on renewable energy, of course, take a look at the successes that we've seen from Sonils in Angola and, of course, opportunities in oil. We're now going to continue looking at how best it is that as a region, as neighboring countries, as peers in the room, we continue to tap into the ongoing opportunities that exist, specifically when it comes to the next phase of oil and gas discoveries in Namibia. Now, for many of you, this conversation is brought to you by Sintana, which is a very supportive company, even looking as far as going into expanding its acquisition of Giraffe Energy, an announcement that was made just yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, affording it the opportunity to further entrench its commitment to the opportunities available within the Orange Basin when it comes to exploration activities. This conversation will be moderated by Justin Cochrane, who joins us as Africa Upstream Regional Research Director at S&P Global Commodity Insights. Now, as a seasoned expert with a variety of skills when it comes to geological disciplines, and of course does help us in terms of getting a better understanding by leading up a team for S&P Global Commodity Insights. Justin will be joined by a significant level of panelists, all from different backgrounds, who themselves are actively involved within the opportunities available in oil and gas specifically. We have financiers, we have key players as well when it comes to the energy space, and of course participants who play a critical role in also understanding the regulatory environment. The panelists include Robert Bose, who is the Chief Executive of Sintana Energy, Brian Rainsborough, President and Chief Executive Officer of Recon Africa. He'll be joined by Ahmed Albary, who's the Vice President for Sub-Saharan Africa, Baker Hughes, Jill Holzman, Chief Executive Officer for Eco Atlantic Oil and Gas, and Liz Williamson, Head of Energy at Rand Merchant Bank. Please warmly welcome them to the stage for this 45-minute panel discussion looking at the next phase of oil and gas discoveries powered by Sintana. A warm welcome to them, please.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you so much for making it through last night and turning up today. So we have an incredible panel with some really exciting stuff to talk about. Just make sure you can hear me. And we're going to get into it very quickly because we're running a little bit behind schedule, and a couple of our panelists actually need to catch planes and head out of here. So if Liz jumps up during the panel and leaves, it's not because of my moderation skills, it's because she's got to catch a plane. Our title is The Next Phase of Oil and Gas Discovery. So let's just put this into context quickly. In 2022, something remarkable happened in Namibia. Shell and Total made discoveries, then they made more discoveries, and most recently Galp has announced discoveries. And so as we sit here in April 2024, it seems almost certain that within the next 6 odd years, we're going to see the first oil leave Namibian shores. And so that's going to be a special day. And I think I've said this before. If you want to change the world, become an exploration geologist. There are people in this gathering that have changed the prospects, not of tens, not of 20s, not of hundreds, not of thousands, but of every single Namibian. So I would expect from those discoveries in the not too distant future, you're going to see more money flowing into education, more flowing into the healthcare system, more into the pension fund system, and more into environmental protection. And that's just based on what's already been discovered. So what's next? So we have this great panel today, and I'm not going to introduce everyone in the interest of saving time, and I will refer to everybody by their first names because it also saves a little bit of time. Robert, we're going to start with you because Sintana made a really exciting announcement this morning, and that's one reason, but also because your partners in the Mopane discovery, which is really exciting, and you have some other exciting stuff upcoming. So could you talk us through your acreage position and tell us some of the most exciting things you see on the horizon for Sintana?
Sure, absolutely. And good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the time today. My name is Robert Bose. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Sintana. And in the first instance, a heartfelt thank you to Selma and Rich Africa for having us this year. Together with our partners at Custos, we're thrilled to be a sponsor. Justin, as you allude to, it's been a tremendously exciting 18 months in the basin and for the country. We have been very fortunate to be a part of that. Through our partners at Custos, we maintain interest in a number of licenses in the Orange Basin. Justin, as you mentioned, we have an indirect interest in PEL 83, operated by Galp, PEL 90, operated by Chevron, and PEL 87, where we are partnered together with Pan-Continental and Woodside. And so it has been, really just an absolute honor and privilege to find ourselves at the heart of the most exciting exploration opportunity globally. And then yesterday afternoon, together with our partners at Custos, Knowledge in particular, we were just absolutely thrilled to announce, I think, one of the most exciting things that's going on for us, which is our acquisition of an interest in Giraffe Energy. Giraffe is partnered with Namcor in PEL 79, which sits immediately eastward of the license operated by Rhino, just south of Kudu, not too far from Shell. In addition to the expansion of our Orange Basin platform, I think the most important part of that acquisition was the extent to which it provided an opportunity to express one of the most important things that we can do, which is to ensure that our business is for the benefit of all Namibians. That has really been at the heart of our approach to investing here. That acquisition included the opportunity to make a contribution to a community trust, equity in Giraffe, together with the Knowledge Foundation, really providing a first-of-its-kind direct mechanism for local Namibians to benefit from this, absolutely fantastic industry, which is bringing, an unprecedented opportunity to Namibia. So, in terms of things we're excited about, Justin, I would say that's at the top of the list. Our good friends at Galp have talked about further efforts on PEL 83. Sort of leave them to comment in detail, but certainly we expect further appraisal and exploration expenditures and efforts there to further unpack just the absolutely astounding outcome that was the initial campaign at Mopane. Chana from Chevron was on this stage yesterday speaking about their efforts. We expect drilling to be initiated on PEL 90 towards the end of the year, so we're very much looking forward to that. It's been an absolutely fantastic partnership led by Knowledge, and we are just thrilled about that. And then PEL 87, Woodside is eyeballs deep, working through, their review efforts on how to best interact with PEL 87 and Pan-Continental. And so we look forward to all of those efforts on our blocks, Justin, and then there's, what everybody else is up to around us. So I think, there's a lot on deck just in the next 2 to 4 quarters to look forward to from an exploration perspective.
Thanks very much, Robert. I'm gonna jump across to Gil, because your acreage primarily, Robert, is within the Orange Sub-Basin. But we heard Marcio a couple of days ago saying we're not looking at 3 separate basins. We're looking at one super basin. So, Gil, can you talk to us a little bit about Eco-Atlantic's position in the Walvis Sub-Basin?
Yes, thank you, Justin. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for Reach Africa and Selma for inviting us. Excuse me for my voice. I lost some of my voice last night. Too much networking, many cigarettes, and a lot of wine. But I will try to be. Eco-Atlantic, out of many companies here, is one of the oldest companies here in Namibia. We came in 2009, so it's been 15 years now. I remember the days. Selma is not here. I remember the days. The first conference was held at the Hilton in one small conference room where there were like 50 people there, and only small companies presented. It was Tower Resources, Global Petroleum, ourselves, Serica, Chariot, and there was one guy there by the name of Phil Birch from Impact who stood on the stage back in 2013, and he actually demonstrated to the crowd that there's oil in Namibia in the Orange Basin. He was right. 9 years later, 9 years later, you were right, Phil. You are one of the founding fathers of this industry from the internationals. The same goes to, I might not be as crazy as Marcio, but Marcio was here since, 2009 also. And he actually managed to raise a lot of money and drill Namibia. He drilled 3 wells. The Windhoek 1 well actually flew oil to surface. I remember the picture of Knowledge Kati going to the then president office with 4 little bottles of 42 API oil. That proved, like Marcio said, that proved that there's an existing petroleum system in the Walvis Basin. This is where we are located. When we came to Namibia, almost all of the blocks were open for take. Almost all of them. Out of 100 blocks, I think there were 90 available. So it was quite a challenge to pick which blocks you want. Everything was open, almost everything. We tried to stay away from Orange Basin because we thought, based on the Kudu discovery, that it might be more gassy. A gas discovery in a scale of 1, 2, 3 TCF for a small company like us is a disaster. Okay, there's nothing you can do with that. Chevron left in '74, so who we are to go and explore for gas. So we decided to focus on what we thought to be an oil-prone basin, which is the Walvis Basin. But I definitely agree with Marcio that I don't divide Namibia to Orange, Lutherite, Walvis, and maybe Namib. I see it as one big oil pond. We now understand better how the deposition was created, where the sediment's coming from, and where the reservoir to be found. I have no doubt, as I have a lot of belief in Namibia, and I consider Namibia to be my second home, I have no doubt that Wallafish Basin and Lüderitz will be subject to additional huge oil discoveries in the next few years. And for that, we need to partner with the big and the best. Again, I remember times where there were only million companies here. Now look who's here: Exxon, Shell, Chevron, Galp, Total, Qatar. Who would have thought 10 years ago that this would be the landscape when we sit here now? So it's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of, like my big godfather says, NJ Ayuk, he says, drill, baby, drill. We need to drill. We need to partner in order to drill. We need to farm out some of our blocks to bring in the bigger partners with deeper pockets and better understanding. We will drill in the Wallabies in the coming years, and we will find oil.
That's magic. Thank you, Gil. And I'm really glad you brought up Phil and you brought up Marcio. Those are two exploration geologists that have changed the world. I'm going to move across to Robert now. Robert, Recon Africa is positioned onshore. Can you talk us through what's already happened within your acreage, and give us a bit of a heads up on what to expect in the next couple of months?
Thank you, Justin, and thank you everybody for coming for this session. Yeah, just briefly, I'm the Vice President and Country General Manager for Recon Resource-Rich Energy in Namibia. It's Canadian-owned and headquartered in Vancouver. So really in a snapshot, since last year, we've been in Namibia since 2015, but since last year, we changed management and experienced team with a good track record of discoveries all over the world. We have a big area, 8.1 million acres, and we are going in for a multi-well drilling portfolio. If you look at the law of success, chance of success, the more you drill, the more the probability is that you get something. That's if you have done your homework very well with the GNG. And then we're looking at a mix of oil, condensate, and gas, natural gas itself. We've had a de-risk system in our wells, and we've proven gas and also oil shows. Yeah, and we're starting the drilling program in June 2024. So what has been our strategy? Early entrance in the Kavango Basin, northeast of Namibia, into Botswana also. Our strategy also was to prove a petroleum system in the area. So we drew stratigraphic wells, 3 of them. We did analysis of surface gas and oil seeps in the area, and that shows we have natural gas seeps in the area, which was very positive for us. So what did we do? We acquired 2D seismic and EFTG data, mainly to differentiate the densities of the rock there, so that we could understand where we placed our next wells. And one of the strategies is to own our own rig. So we bought a rig, refurbished it, and brought it into Kavango, which is actually something good because the costs are then much, much lower. So that's what we did, and we went for obtaining an environmental clearance certificate for the 3. We're operating onshore. So onshore is a very difficult and very different from offshore. A lot of stakeholders, you're using people's land and all those things. So you have to really sync with your stakeholders there, farmers, community forests, traditional authorities, and all those, bring them together. And then the aim now is to test what we call the Damara Fault Belt. That's where we'll start our next well in June this year. The prospective resources unrisked of the Damara Fort belt, we're aiming for 3.1 billion barrels of oil unrisked, and risked is 203. The Reef Play, which is just next to it, northwards, we're talking about unrisked 436 million barrels of oil and 23 risked ones. We're on the process looking for a JV partner. We're doing pretty well. So the proposition is really that we know we've got good rocks there. And we know we're going to operate in low costs because we own our own rig and we're really a lean company. Therefore, we expect great returns because of the two elements, mainly for government as royalty, income tax, and additional profit taxes, and also for shareholder returns, which will be very good. We're talking about porosities of the rocks, plus minus 29%, permeability 600 millidarcies in one of our reservoirs. Operating costs, we're talking about $25 per barrel. And because we're in the Kavango, we have to transport our product to Walvish Bay. So that transportation of that product to Walvish Bay, we're talking about altogether $11 per barrel. And unlike offshore operations where you have 100 million wells or 70 million wells, US dollars, we're talking about 6 to 12 million US dollars. Yeah, so that's the main thing. We're looking at a village called Nyangapo in the Kavango West area, just at the border with Kavango East. And for us to access that place, we have to make new roads. We have to make the pad. A lot of civils are involved. That's one of our high prices. We are using the Namibian police to demine, because it's a war zone. So for us to access that, we have to get a certificate from the Namibia police for demining that area. And also using local civil engineers and contractors to build the roads to it. So the next well is Nyangopo well. It's going to be June, towards the end of June we'll spud it. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. This gives me an opportunity to pull Liz in over here, because you mentioned a couple of times risk. I mean, drilled 3 wells, you're going to drill another well. Exploration is a risky business. And in that context, timing of partnering is important. Now, what Liz does is she serves the oil and gas industry. It's just we never get to see what Liz does. It's always behind a curtain. So please, Liz, let us have a bit of a view of what the bankers do and look at when it comes to farm out deals. What kind of advice would you give to, well, any of the panelists over here that are looking to farm out at some point? What are some of the pitfalls that might be encountered? And do you have any specific timing advice in terms of the exploration life cycle?
Thank you, Justin. It's a pleasure to be here. Liz Williamson, Head of Energy for RMB. I'd like to thank Rich Africa. We're a proud sponsor of this conference, and it really illustrates RMB and FNB's commitment to the Namibian energy story. I think we'll kind of take that in parts. What we do at RMB, I think, is very different than a lot of other banks. We really look at a big macro picture before we start advising our clients, and especially with farm outs and corporate sales. You know, as this second wave happens in Namibia, you've had the early players that have come in and really led the way. You're going to start to see the corporate sales you saw and farm outs and different things come along the way. So the first thing we really look at is what is the landscape, what is the level of interest. And I mean, you can imagine there's quite a little bit of different advice that you would give if you're farming out or selling in Namibia versus, let's say, the North Sea. So I think we really focus on really the local knowledge. Our team spends a lot of time in country, meeting with the regulators, meeting with the government, meeting with the individuals that are actually going to be making some of the final decisions with you. So we kind of start and say, okay, with an EMV analysis and say, okay, what are the options? What is the best thing? Is it a corporate sale, what are the other shareholders in that corporation? What rights do they have? Then look at the JOA and think, okay, what rights do you want to maintain? How should you do this? What is the relative level of interest? All of those factors come into how you pitch your story. So, I mean, it's hard to go into detail because each client is bespoke, but what we really focus on is what is deliverable in the country in which we're operating in. We work with a lot of counterparts in other banks around the world that actually never come to the countries in which they operate or they're trying to do deals in, which I think there's a massive disconnect when that happens. So I think the main thing that when we start down the track, if I'm working with someone specifically in Namibia, is if you're a smaller company, you really can't go sole risk. It just doesn't make sense. Your shareholders probably won't reward you too much for it. And then we look, what are the options? And right now, a lot of the strength is in with the people that are farming out and looking for options. One key thing that we get very focused on is the structure and how much of interest will you be left with, and most importantly, what type of carry it is. One of the key pitfalls we've seen over and over again is there's caps on carries that don't have any room of flux, and also all of a sudden costs go up and you're left basically in a very tough situation having to renegotiate because you don't have the funding. You thought you were going to have that first well, but actually the well costs have gone up and therefore you really can't get there. So we really focus on trying, the ultimate outcome that you really want is a carry to first commercial production. And that's another pitfall that I think is really important. We've seen some mistakes done in the past where it just says first production. That could be an early production system. That could be just flowing some oil to the surface. You've really got to emphasize that you want to get all the way to the end because each company is motivated by their own economics. So we just want to make sure that our clients are protected end to end. And in this environment, in Namibia, where you're not going to get one or two offers, you're probably going to get a whole host of them, that's when you start to really think of what is the right thing for this company. Because if it's a huge field, you might get carried to first oil, but then when does that carry end? And then are you being able to afford the next 5 wells of development? The amount of wells that are being considered across Namibia right now, a good option is to farm out, get carried, get to first commercial production, and then to start look at corporate sales. So I think there's so many factors that go into it, but those are the keys that I would say I can kind of put together in this time.
Well, Liz, if I took anything away from that is...
Justin, can I say something?
Yes.
You spoke about risk, and I want to highlight and mention that Robert Bose from Sintana is actually the only CEO in the industry that I know that as a CEO had a mega 10 billion barrels discovery in the first well he ever drilled. So he has a 100% success rate. So that's risk.
Gil, I know somebody that got struck by lightning.
Justin, this is where I think I'm supposed to, just sort of confess that our entire Namibian outing is as a result of our relationship with Gil. So, success has many fathers, as they say, Gil. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I wanted to just emphasize that point that Liz made. Carry to first commercial production. That's just a little clause. Make sure it's in there. I'm going to move across to Ahmed now. Now, Ahmed, you're from the oil field services sector, so it's slightly different to what Robert and Gil are really doing, but none of us can, well, none of them can do what they do without the services that you guys provide. So can you talk us through a little bit, just to explain how a company like Baker Hughes is actually integral to exploration, but also all the way through to development?
All right, thanks, Justin. Thank everyone for being here. Actually, there's a very interesting question. Yes, we don't come into the early stage of the seismics and all the pre-work that has been done in the front. But when you actually look at what can we offer in the space, so we get into the drilling space when things start to rotate, and I think Baker Hughes has been part of the first well that been drilled here a couple of years ago, and then things have shifted big time since then, with lots of announcements, lots of discoveries, lots of blocks being, awarded and lots of activity we see over the last couple of years. So we get into the production, I think, we get into the completion at a later stage, and then you get into the production, as we've heard, everybody's waiting to see the first oil in 2028, 2029. So we cut across all the aspects of the value chain when it comes from the drilling, completion into the production phase. And as a service side of the industry, I think it's important, and over the last couple of days there was lots of discussion around local content or Namibian content, right? And I think the question is how you build a sustainable service industry in the country. And we all know Namibia is still new into that space. There is not a lot of infrastructure to support what's coming. There is not a lot of expertise in the country. So as Baker Hughes, I think we've taken a very strategic approach on how can we enable this industry for the years to come. And we decided to invest in few aspects to enable the future, like human capital. So we started to, we know, there is if you want to hire lots of people, you're going to have to go into fresh graduates approach, take people out of university, send them out overseas and internationally within education centers, and then get them into what we call on-job training. So you build actually the local capabilities to be ready for the future, and being able to actually execute the work using a local workforce to actually enable the value and the added value and the impact that everybody's expecting from this industry. So that was one aspect we're actually working on as we speak to see the value that comes in a couple of years down the road, but also the infrastructure. And I think the infrastructure was another piece on how can you localize the footprint in the country. So we decided to establish our facilities in Walvis Bay, and we're working on that. And I think that would be a big step, I would say, on the efforts to localize the service and the execution of what to come in Namibia for the next few years. And I think that the last piece I would say is, which is something mid-term to long-term, is associated with actually knowledge transfer. How you're going to start to transfer some of this knowledge into local companies and local service provider, building capabilities for sustainability as well within the country. And I think this is something we've been doing in other countries, and I'm quite excited that we're actually embarked that journey as well within Namibia. And hopefully 5 years down the road you would see some service companies that can actually execute some of the services that has been upcoming, using their local resources, some technology transfer from the service side of the industry. And I think it comes down to localization or how, as I heard yesterday, creating Namibian content. So there is so many aspects to it, and I think there is lots of excitement on that space, and we'll continue to be strategic and work with the authorities here on how can we actually enable what the government is trying to achieve. And as I've heard yesterday, don't wait for Article 22 and Article 23 to start to take steps toward the localization. And that's what we have done actually, and we'll continue to push forward in that space. Thank you.
I mean, thank you very much, because that actually, you basically preempted my next question. I was chatting to a guy over here from an engineering work. So engineers are unique. The reason is you can pretty much pick them up and plug them into anything. So their concern is, while some people are extremely excited about the coming wave of oil and all the rest of it, the industries that are already established, some of those guys are concerned. And one of their concerns is, hey, you're going to pick up my engineers and pay them 3 times as much and put them into your oil and gas company, and what do we build the roads with? And so your point to starting the training now, getting people trained up now, I think that's an important point. I mean, Gil, you guys operate in Guyana too, and have been there. And last year I was presenting on Namibia, Guyana 2.0. Talk us through what's happened in Guyana. How I mean, these challenges have already been experienced to a degree over there. What's going on over there? What are you seeing?
So, as I said, and this is the strategy. We were early movers into Namibia, 2009, and from here we moved to Guyana in 2014. When we moved to Guyana and picked up our block, there was no one single drop of oil yet discovered in Guyana. We came there, it was, if this is a new frontier, over there, you know, when my people told me, listen, there's an open block in Guyana, we want to take it, I asked them where Guyana is. I didn't know it, honestly. So we moved to Guyana in 2014, February 2014. It was May 2015 that Lisa was discovered. When we came to Guyana, I had to meet the minister in order to put the application. He was sitting in a wooden hut in the middle of Georgetown. He had one receptionist and someone who was the driver and the gardener, both skills. I went into his office, we applied for the block. Back then, the GDP per capita in Guyana was $4,900 a year. You know what it is today? It's over 40,000, and it's predicted to be $80,000 per capita in 3 or 4 years. This is the fastest growing country in the world. When you land today in Georgetown, there's already a new highway going from the airport to town. There's a huge bakery use facility on the side. Ports have been made, shore bases, you see cranes all over. And what's unique to Guyana is what also unique to Namibia. It's a very small population. They have 800,000 people here. Namibia has what, 2.2, Carlo? 2.2, 2.3, all right, you 3 million. You produce quickly, huh? It was 2.2 last year. Never mind, 3 million people. Still very small, and once we hear about these discoveries, the Venus, the Graph, the Mopani, we can see 1 million barrels a day flowing here in 5-6 years. 1 million is a third of a barrel per person per day. That's a lot of barrels, and it will have a significant effect on the economy here, on the welfare, on the education, on the health system, on everything. You need to manage it properly. You need to take lessons learned from other places who managed to maybe to miss this opportunity. But Namibia is unique, is very unique in the sense that in Namibia you already had the structures, the organization, infrastructure to be able to deal with a big oil discovery and big oil development. In Guyana, for example, they didn't have a commissioner. They never dealt with oil. They didn't have a national oil company. Here in Namibia, you have a national oil company before you even had one drop of oil. There's a national oil company already established, a great company, NAMCO. The same goes to the ministry. There are very educated people over there that I'm sure will know how to handle the big development, the audit that it will require, etc. So I think Namibia is on the verge of a huge economical growth, if managed properly. And just like in Guyana, I don't know what is the GDP per capita here, but I can certainly see it growing many percentage over the next coming years.
Can I just, I mean, this is a subjective question actually. In your opinion, have things improved in Guyana?
In what sense improved? There are better restaurants now.
Yeah, better restaurants. Are people happier? Are people healthier?
It's a process. They were a very poor country until, what? Until 2019. First oil was 2018, 6 years ago. It takes time. But now they have the Sovereign Wealth Fund, which actually, they print their annual budget every 2 months. Every 2 months, they bring in their annual budget from the oil. The Sovereign Wealth Fund is getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and they don't invest it in oil-related industries. They invest it in healthcare. They invested in education. They invested in long-term infrastructure. They are building a nation from scratch. They are building a new nation. So obviously you see, people expecting for this wealth to come. You don't see it on the street as of today on the ordinary Mr. James on the street. But they are building foundations for a much better future for the kids.
But that actually comes right back to Ahmed's point. I mean, we're thinking in Namibia sort of maybe 6 years' time, we're going to see
first oil coming out of the ground. But you've got to start building that capacity now. And I mean, that's essentially what Baker Hughes is already doing. I mean, you guys are shifting guys off to universities, you're building those skills. So it comes back to sort of one of these things that if you fail to prepare, you're prepared to fail. Trust me, I know that. I heard it from school teachers a lot. Robert, coming back to you, with the excitement around Mopon now and your latest, latest deal also specifically for PL79, talk to us about PL79. Talk to us specifically about that deal and what that means for Namibia.
Well, yeah, so as I alluded to earlier, Justin, our Namibian endeavors really began with the idea of creating an opportunity in this industry for Namibians locally to directly participate in what we saw to be just an explosive emergence of this industry and country. That began with having a very significant Namibian shareholder base right from the start, and the component of PEL 79 that really allows us to express this in a much more specific, much more direct way is the development of that community trust. I mean, again, together with the Knowledge Kati Foundation, we have spent a lot of time trying to think about how do we best convey the benefits of this industry as it emerges to the people who should benefit from it the most. And by setting up this vehicle to put equity into it in a license to allow them to directly participate in what we expect to be, an enormous amount of value creation, we're just extremely proud to be part of that, Justin. It is, the first of its kind. I hope there'll be more. I hope it's a model and a template that we can use, certainly at Santana and Custos, to do more things like this. But again, it begins with the idea that this industry and its benefits in the first instance need to inure to the people of this country, and that's really kind of what's behind it. The mechanics are fairly simple and straightforward. As I said, it'll be the creation of a community trust, and it will be an equity owner and draft together with Santana and our partners at Crown Energy. So it's a fairly simple, but we think extremely powerful and exciting model, and a new way to really, as I said, provide these benefits directly to the people who should benefit from them.
Thank you, Robert. Liz, I'm going to come back to you. What can government do in terms of expediting this whole process of deal making and moving from real exploration to real early exploration to actually getting wells drilled?
So I think the main point is that CapEx usually follows predictable behavior. So I think Namibia is lucky that it's one of the few countries in Africa where the IOCs are coming into it. Most of your neighbors, a lot of them are looking, at options. A lot of the work I do has been around working in some of the other West African countries as majors are optimizing their positions around the world. But one thing that I think is really important is being consistent and making decisions in a timely manner, not rushing, but doing it as you said you were going to do. If you say you'll make a decision within 4 to 6 weeks, make the decision within 4 to 6 weeks. I'm working in Nigeria right now, and frustratingly, we've got a long queue of ministerial consents. There's probably $1 billion in consent fees waiting to be paid over the years, and it's no one knows what's going to happen, and that just has a massive impact actually on the production of that country. It could probably be 2.5 million barrels a day, and it struggles to maintain where it is around 1.5 at the moment, and that is literally just because we need decisions. So I think it's really important, be consistent, communicate with the people, don't try to solve it all yourself. There's a wealth of experience within all the companies. If you communicate with them, if something's confusing, ask 5, 6 different one of them. You'll get a view from all of them and then make a decision. But be consistent, be predictable, and you'll continue to attract the CapEx dollars.
Thank
and
you.
on that, I'm going to go. Thank you very much.
I need to go as well, Justin.
Okay. Oh, take care, drive safely. Thank you, Gil. Thank you, Liz. No problem. And that's the first time I've chased two panelists off a stage. So it's a good thing we still got Robert, because Robert, I'm going to come back to you. And there's been environmental pushback, for some of the work that you guys have been doing in the north. And the minister yesterday, he made a point, and I think it's a really critical point. He says the people that are pointing fingers tend to be living in a very different lifestyle. So tell us in concrete terms, what have you already seen in terms of some of the work that Recon's been doing? How has that actually benefited some of the local people?
Thank you. Thank you, Justin. Yeah, that's very true. The environmental issues in the area are of big concern. And really, if you've been to the Kavango region, especially the Delta, which is mostly spoken of in Botswana, that's a pristine area. It's very beautiful. And as a company, we understand that we have to keep the area pristine. We have to follow environmental protocols to international standard, oil and gas standards. And that's what we really are doing. So talking about the people there, I could, really in a nutshell, I could say that when we started out there, we had a lot of resistance against us, because people were told that we are going to, without saying it's too bad an example, to be like the Niger Delta, where oil is spilling over, animals would be dying and everything. So the people, if somebody goes to them first and tells them that, they will believe it. So our boots on the ground in 2021, when we started now going and starting to plan our drilling, to do our civils and everything, we met a lot of resistance. It took a long time for us to really to convince them and to show them examples of areas in the world where onshore operations have been successful. We see, for example, I've been giving examples of a place called Witch Farm in the UK, which is pristine, but people are producing oil from down there. Places like Angola, the Angolans are here. In Soyo, the onshore in Kwanda Base in the area, very good, no spills. So it took time for us to win the hearts of the people. However, we also did a lot of ESG outreaches and really help the people there. One of the things we are very proud of is the human-wildlife conflict, which we actually helped to solve some kind by we all heard how people are being attacked by crocodiles there when the ladies go to collect water, when the kids go to collect water. And what we did is we drilled 36 boreholes, water wells, and put them along the riverside so that not so many people can come to the river and collect water. And I think that's working very much. From government data, we are saving more than 10,000 people in the area through those water wells. So one of the few things we can talk about, and the relationship is now much, much better than it was before. But mainly it was because the first information which got to them was very bad information about oil and gas. And now people appreciate oil and gas, what we are doing. It took a lot of talking to people, outreaches, but we've managed. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. So those are concrete examples. We've seen concrete examples from Santana, how you can come up with innovative ways to partner with the community to give them direct access to some of the potential successes. We've seen direct evidence of how you can improve the lives of the people within your sphere of influence, and that can be done by drilling water wells. So I've got a couple of key takeaways from our discussion, and I think maybe one of the first is, I'm just going to
kind of take them in the order that I wrote them down. Essentially, Liz mentioned, think carefully when you're farming out or you're selling a stake. You know, make sure you get a carry to first commercial production. Because if an early production system comes in, you might be left having to try and fund a lot to get to full production. Government can move quickly to facilitate these deals, and that's, we don't want a situation where you've got $1 billion tied up or a bunch of exploration wells delayed because farm-in or farm-out deals have been delayed. So let's try and get those things moving quickly as possible. We need to start developing skills now, because the next wave of discoveries, it's not if or possible, it is coming. The next wave of discoveries is coming. And already we know that there's going to be production in 6 odd years, and we're going to need to have skilled people to fill those gaps. Else we risk parasitizing every other industry. And then get the infrastructure in place, as Baker Hughes is already doing. Get that infrastructure in place now, so that we're ready for those next discoveries to come, and we're ready for the production. So I want to give you, I'd like you all to give a warm round of applause, and thanks to our 3 remaining panelists. Think about Liz and Gil too. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Well, thank you again to all the panelists, as well as Justin, for giving us an update as well as a summary on the conversation. I think very clear to say that the partnerships are there, examples are present, and we can move forward. Before you quickly disappear, we do have a 15-minute networking break. 15 minutes. According to my clock, that does mean that we will do our best to commence with the program at 12 o'clock or 12:05. So please be sure to be back in the room at least by 12, just to ensure that we have some time to continue with the follow-up panel discussions and presentations we have. Enjoy your networking break. We'll see you in 15 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from your networking break. By a show of hands, who of you took the opportunity to go and be on the podcast? Found the lady in powdered blue and made your contribution so that you can further network outside of the space? Okay, clearly nobody. But welcome back. Something else I'd like to point you to is on the app, we do have a feedback survey, and we encourage you to go to the feedback survey on the app and please give us your feedback. Every year we want to make this conference even better, and it is only through your feedback that we can do so. This morning really focused on the energy mix, and just before we send you to lunch at 1 o'clock, we really want to now look at where do we go from here? What does it look like? What is it going to take for us to transform Namibia into a leading energy infrastructure hub? We've heard that various reliable energy sources will continue to be required by the world population, and even more so. So what we have here in Namibia as we face this exponential growth is truly, truly magical. So for our next panel discussion, I'm excited to introduce our moderator, Dr. Abisai Constantinatus, who is the Managing Director at Ndatara Surveys and Oryx Services Namibia. It was very interesting when he walked up to me, he said, "Watagwan." So he's not from the Caribbean, he's Namibian, but he reminded me of the connection that reggae music has in the liberation of Namibia. So thanks for that reminder, and he says he is still on his way to Trinidad and the rest of the Caribbean. But from his biography, it is clear that he's passionate about the African maritime industry and extremely well qualified in these sectors of transport, port, and maritime. As the MD at Ndatara, business strategy is a key responsibility for this experienced, research-driven entrepreneur at heart. He contributes to the development of skills in Namibia as a lecturer and regularly contributes with publications in his fields of expertise. Ladies and gentlemen, his panelists include Mr. Andrew Kanime, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Namibia's Ports Authority, Mr. Dennis Malcock, Business Development Universal Africa Lines BV, is that German? No? Okay. Koen Rombutz, who is the Managing Director of Southern Africa Corridor at AGL. And finally, Alex Ho, the Regional Director, Southern Africa for Enterprise Singapore. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our next panel. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, as introduced, my name is Abisai Constantinus, and I will skip by saying all protocols observed. We're talking about a very interesting topic today, and our topic is titled, Where do we go from here? Transforming Namibia to a leading energy infrastructure hub. So infrastructure is the backbone of any economy. And when we talk about transport infrastructure, we're talking about all the bits and pieces that allows logistics and all these industries to move, to act. So now joining me today, I have the captains of industry and leading experts in the field, starting with Mr. Andrew Kanime, Chief Executive of the Namibia Ports Authority. We're going to get the proper answer to the question, which one, Lüderitz or Walvis Bay? And then I have Mr. Koen Rombutz, Managing Director, Southern Africa Corridor Group at AGL. I said that right? And Dennis Malcock, Business Development for Universal Africa Line. So we're talking about ships. And Mr. Alex Ho, my good friend, Director for Southern Africa, Enterprise Singapore. Welcome you all. So starting, I know we've heard many things about me, but I'm sure the audience want to know who you are and what you do. So starting from you, Andrew, maybe you can just give us a brief introduction.
Thank you very much. Let me just start off really by thanking the organizers for giving us the opportunity to be part of this historic occasion so that we can obviously share ideas and exchange notes in terms of how we get this critical industry off the ground. As indicated, obviously, I represent the Namibian Ports Authority, which is the statutory institution that is created, obviously, to serve as the authority and operator for all ports in Namibia. We provide oversight over 2 ports, basically, the port of Ludretz, which is located in southern Namibia, and then, of course, the port of Walvis Bay, which is located around about the halfway of the Namibian coast. Now, the port of Ludretz is obviously the closest to the oil fields, which is obviously the center, the focal point for all exploration activities. But it also happened to be the closest to the national park, where the government has actually set up the Southern Development Corridor Initiative, which is obviously serving as a springboard for the development of green hydrogen. So as a port, basically we do play a critical role because we serve as a link between the activities that are actually happening offshore and obviously the activities that are then happening onshore. And therefore, especially when it comes to the whole topic of port infrastructure, we have a critical role to play to ensure that we have appropriate infrastructure in place to be able to support the energy sector, be it obviously then the oil and gas or obviously the renewable energy in the form of green hydrogen. So I'm therefore happy really to be here. I know, as indicated, the key question on everybody's mind is where, but let me park that one for now, and I'm sure we'll get to that one.
Okay, so we have a very interesting panel. If you look at, we have the port authority, and then we have the port operator, and then we have the carrier, which is the shipping lines, which are actually the clients of the operators, and then we have Singapore Enterprise, which is basically bringing it all together. So to you next, Mr. Koen, you want to say a few introductory words? Tell us about yourself and what you do.
So yes, so Koen Rombouts with AGL, based in Johannesburg. I'm from Belgium, and I have been based on the African continent for the last 20 years, working in East Africa and now working in the Southern African region. As AGL Group, we do indeed operate 23 terminals in Africa. We have 23,000 employees on the African continent operating. We are owned by MSC, the biggest shipping line in the world. And we are very eager to start as well in Namibia, Walvis Bay, more specifically, on our new journey to be a port operator as well in the terminal of the multi-purpose terminal in Walvis Bay. So very eager to be part of this transition, energy transition in Namibia, and to develop and see these things growing here. So that's very briefly.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Koen. Dennis, you want to go next?
Yes. So, Dennis Malkoch, I work for Universal Africa Alliance, BV in the Netherlands, not Germany. I'm also from Belgium, like my neighbor here. Universal Africa Line is a shipping line that is mainly focused on break bulk cargo, and then in a niche market even in serving all African ports. We call Houston, Antwerp and Aberdeen from the north, and then we come to West Africa. We call ports from Mauritania all the way down to here, Namibia, Walvis Bay. We have been calling Walvis Bay for the last 2-3 years. We mainly work for oil and gas clients. We have multi-purpose vessels equipped with cranes, and we have 50 years, more than 50 years of experience in West Africa.
Wow. Alex.
Hi, can you hear me? I'm Alex from Singapore. Oh, my bad. I'm Alex from Singapore. Besides, thank you for the introductions. How many of you are familiar with Singapore?
All of us.
Okay, so my job is done. I can just get off the stage and you can go on, yeah? Maybe Selma will come after me. Now, the reason why I ask is because I represent Singapore's High Commission as part of their first Secretary for Commercial, and I double head as Enterprise Singapore's Regional Director for Southern Africa. And obviously the question is, what's your role? What are you doing here? And what are you trying to achieve? In short, Singapore is a country 70 by 40 kilometers, 720 square kilometers. Namibia is 1,445 times the size of Singapore, but we are 2 times the population of Namibia. Enterprise Singapore's mandate is really to grow the economy and provide good jobs for our people. And our focus is actually and only local Singaporean companies, of which Hi, is this better? Okay. Do I have to restart or I can just continue? Anyways, I'm from Singapore. I'm from Enterprise Singapore, Regional Director for Southern Africa, and the first Secretary for Commercial with the High Commission of Singapore. I'm based in Johannesburg. We are accredited in terms of diplomatic relations with Namibia, and my main role is really to bring Singaporean companies into Southern Africa for mutually beneficial outcomes. And in short, because Singapore is small, 1,445 times smaller than Namibia, we have no consumer for growth, and therefore we bring our companies overseas. I'm one of 37 in the world, one of 3 in Africa, and one of 5 in Middle East and Africa. So, honored to be here. I would like to just give my thanks to the organizers, Selma and her team, for inviting me back again, and good job, and I really appreciate it. And last but not least, Namibia, I would have to say, you are growing on me. There's just something about this land that is very unique, very, I would say, friendly. You know, I'm still learning to embrace the full story and history of your land, but hopefully, through the sharing today, we could create more opportunities for one another to embrace each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. I always tell Alex, you know, Singaporeans, their accent is similar to Namibia. They put an R at the end. You are Singapore, huh? Yeah. So, thank you for the introduction. I'm going to start with Mr. Kanime. Mr. Kanime, you highlighted the critical, the position that NEMPOD plays. Can you tell us how ready you are in terms of energy? And when we speak about energy, we're just not speaking about oil and gas. We're also speaking about green hydrogen. We also speak about wind. How ready are you to service this great industry?
Thank you. I must indicate that I think we're certainly ready. At the moment, we are actually supporting the offshore activities and the exploration activities for the various IOCs. At the moment, for example, if I start with the port of Ludritz, we're hosting Total within the port of Ludritz, where we obviously support their whole drilling campaign and activities out of the port of Ludritz. Unfortunately, obviously due to restrictions around space, but also berthing availability, berthing occupancy, which is currently at 95%, and of course our obligation to ensure that we continue to support the existing industries. We're not able to support any other IOC from the port of Ludritz, but we are actually supporting them from the port of Walvis Bay, Shell, Gulf, Rhino Resources, for example. Those are all having their bases in Walvis Bay. And we continue obviously to support them from there. Yes, we are not oblivious to the fact that should industry move to development, there would be increased activities offshore, and that we will definitely need to scale up infrastructure to be able to support the activities. Now, as far as the port of Ludritz, for example, is concerned, we have actually already actioned an expansion plan for the port of Ludritz. Let me say there are 2 phases to that particular expansion plan. Phase one speaks to us obviously expanding the current key wall in the port of Ludretz. And we're looking at expanding it by up to 700 meters, a minimum of 250, but we can also go up to 700 meters. The plans are in place. In fact, we have already actioned the process because we have gone out for funding. The team is actually busy evaluating the submissions that we received for financing. We have actioned the whole environmental impact assessment process in order to ensure that we have environmental clearance. Sustainability is key, as well as preservation of the environment. We had anticipated, obviously, that we would go out, say, to tender by the last quarter of this particular calendar year. But obviously, because of the public consultation process that we have actually started, there are a number of concerns, obviously, that have been raised by the public, specifically relating to the Shark Island, which has now triggered us, obviously, to activate new specialist studies, especially around the whole archaeology. And we're hoping to have the environmental clearance process completed, let's say, by October. And once the environmental clearance process has been finalized, we then ready, obviously, to get into the market for the construction or the extension of the quay wall as far as Ludretz is concerned. And that's what we see as phase one, and it's really a short to medium term solution that should enable us to ensure that we are actually able to support the industry from Ludretz. As far as Valville is concerned, I indicated that we are already supporting the other IOCs from there. We have dedicated land that is dedicated to the industry. We have also identified about 3 berths in the port of Walvis Bay that we are actually also using to specifically service the industry and so on. So we do have plans in place to make sure that we are ready to support the industry. That is as far as the short to medium term solution is concerned. And maybe let me just hasten to indicate that the construction of or the extension of the quay wall in Walvis Bay, that is a project that we are obviously going to carry on our own balance sheet, but also leveraging off financial solutions from the local market and so on. And then, of course, there would be a phase 2. Phase 2 would then be looking at a development of a completely, let me say, a completely new port. And for that, we'll obviously be reaching out to the private sector to join hands with us to make sure that we access private capital to do that extension. But that is also significantly dependent, obviously, upon what happens in terms of the industry. You see, if I need to go out to the financiers, I need to have a business case. And I think this is the dichotomy where we actually find ourselves in, that we need to ensure that as and when the industry is actually ready to have their first oil, we also have the infrastructure to support them. But at the same time, you know, because if we don't have clear indications of these particular timelines, we might not have necessarily a business case. And of course, your financiers would ask you to provide them with a business case. So it's a situation of a chicken and egg. But because we're saying we are going to, we're reaching out to the private sector, we are going to take risks in that regard, and we'll see which potential developers from the private sector are actually prepared to take that risk alongside ourselves. Maybe let me end there for now.
Thank you very much. I call him AK, Andrew Kandime. My takeaways there is it seems like it's both barrels are going to be shooting. We have Ludretz. The key date there it's October. We're looking at 750 meters of key space, additional key space. Walvis Bay, we're looking at the existing port, and I think Nemport is what I read there. They're looking at their own balance sheet, and then there's also the new port, what you call the North Port, and and that's going to be in the foreseeable future. What I also highlight from NAMPOD, I think, is sustainability, then there's obligation for care, and then also the plan is full ahead. That's basically the takeaway. My next question now is to Koen. Koen, how do you believe Namibia can position itself now as a logistics hub in the SADC region?
I believe maybe Mr. Andrew has already answered a good portion of that question by indeed being proactive and anticipating on the industry, working very closely with the industry. That's why events like these are very important to understand what's happening and have the flexibility to adapt to new situations and the situations that are at hand. We have worked very closely with very many different authorities in Africa. We have 15 different energy hubs, bases that we have, apart from our terminals that we operate as ports. We also have specific team in Paris and in the countries whereby we design together with the authorities the best solution to have fluent flow of cargoes in and out of the country for the specific industry of oil and gas as well. How does Namibia position itself as a hub in the future? Is indeed, I believe there's a lot of potential still to grow in Namibia. For the logistics industry, from that aspect, there is competition with the other ports in the region. However, the other ports in the region are today congested. They have a lot of challenges when it comes to that. And Namibia can position itself really as a hub for the future. We're talking about sustainability, renewable energy as well. Renewable energy is also critical minerals. When you talk about critical minerals, there is, of course, in Namibia critical minerals, but when you go beyond the borders in Zambia and in DRC, there is an abundance of it. It needs to move into the world. The world is asking for these minerals. So Namibia can really be a hub when it comes to that and take a real leap forward with the infrastructure which is there. It needs to be connected with the shipping lines, the terminals, and the hinterlands to make sure that this is a flow which is smooth, which is today very much interrupted with the other ports already. So Namibia has a real opportunity, not only when it comes to the oil and gas plus renewable energy here, but also to be a hub for the hinterlands that are existing here with all these volumes coming through.
Thank you so much, Koen. So my takeaway from Koen, we need to be flexible, experience like yourself plus collaboration, and then there's a clear opportunity. Now, Dennis, you are carrier, you the shipping man. Now you see all these activities, whether we're talking about the dry cargo, whether we're talking about the oil and gas, or all the other special projects, what's going to happen is we're going to see a lot of these activities. How do you think Namibia can deal with the port congestion issue?
Well, I'm actually very happy that NAMPOD, of what I'm hearing today with the expansion of the Luderitz quayside and everything, because let's be honest, for a shipping line and also for the clients, it's never good to have a vessel have to wait outside due to congestion. So bringing more quayside means more vessels can come alongside, which is, we applaud that, we welcome that, because I was here on the panel also last year, and then I had genuine concerns regarding space. Because if I looked at, I visited Walvis Bay before that, I did some studies about Luderitz, and what I did find is that currently it's operational, it's going very well, but if everybody that is here indeed does decide to come to Namibia in the next 5 years together or in a flow or so, I'm afraid that the ports will be heavily congested. As I said in my intro, we have more than 50 years of experience in West Africa, so we have seen ports grow and organically grow, and ports like Intel's in Nigeria, Sonil's in Angola, the new terminal also in Dakar, and if you let it grow organically, if you wait for the business to come and then start to grow, congestion will happen. You have to have a vision, you have to look beforehand, you have to have space, and not only quayside, also landside. You have to be, because there will be workshops, there will be warehousing, there will be construction areas, but also for the people, because not only cargoes will come in. Apparently, what we know is that Namibia has 2 million or 3 million, inhabitants.
3 million, yeah.
Okay, so there will be also an influx of people. You have to accommodate these people also. There has to be housing, there has to be roads, flights, because to drive every day from Windhoek to Walvis Bay, a 4-hour drive is very dangerous and tiresome. So all these things will need to be developed for Namibia to become really a hub in the region. But I'm already applauding the steps taken by Namport. More quayside means indeed more vessels can come alongside. And I hope that they will also, with the new port in Walvis Bay also, it means more space, and I hope it will go through soon, because the people are coming, as you see. Even the conference, there's more people this year than last year. And let's be honest, Namibia is a very hot topic these days, and everybody's coming here.
So Dennis said 3 things. He said Namibia needs more space. But Namibia is such a big country, you know. So anyway, so what I pick up from Dennis is there must be a vision, and there must also be integrated transport planning. And perhaps also I would extend and say, as our cities grow, you know, we need to think about the port city, and not really the port, but the port city. So when all these people are coming, how are the highways going to tie in? How are we going to differentiate between the heavy trucks and the normal cars? And where are people going to stay? So a livable port city. Now, Alex had a very interesting presentation earlier, and he basically gave us a breakdown how Singapore reimagined its economy. Can you share some lessons for Namibia? Maybe you can just give us a quick one. Yeah.
Okay. Can you hear me? Yes? It's going to be a long story. I'm going to just make it really short. Yeah. Well, how do I put it? Okay. For those who have been to Singapore or familiar with Singapore, you would have understood how compact and how small Singapore is. And if I will bring you back to history, say when we were founded in 1819, actually a lot of our economy was already based in the oil, or at least oil-based industry. 1891, we had oil traders, the very, very first Shell, which was known as Samuel & Co. They eventually became Shell in 1907. And then we had their investments in the 60s. And we also had companies like Marusan Toyo, we had Esso, and then Mobil separately. And we also had companies like Sumitomo. So the long history of oil in Singapore, the question was in 1985, when we had an economic recession, our very first at independence. The question was, how do we grow our economy? What's next? And we landed on 2 things. Number 1, we believe in a petrochemicals industry. Number 2, question is, where do we have the space and land for a petrochemicals industry that would fit the idea of a plug-and-play concept, and number 2, a vertically integrated system, ecosystem. So the long story short was that we had 7 islands, of which Esso, Mobil, the various refineries or oil companies were already located in. And we made the decision to reclaim the river channels that separated them, that form one full island of 32 square kilometers. And in terms of infrastructure, in terms of planning, the question goes down to always the why. And the why was that Singapore, we were at a stage where we needed to grow. We needed to diversify our economy. We needed to grow away from just having the big oil companies in doing businesses. We needed to get out of a recession, and we needed to expand our manufacturing base. And that was why the brainchild of the Jurong Island, this guy called Philip Yeo, he came out with this concept where if we can provide hospitality to the petrochemicals cluster, that would be the draw. Because beyond just having land, and beyond just getting you to sit in the land, and then you pay rental, you can do that anywhere in the world. So his idea was, can we then come out with a structure, infrastructure to support the developments within the island, where third parties will provide service corridors, product from A will go to product to, will be an input for company B, and company's product will then contribute to an outcome, say agrochemicals or coatings. And ultimately, from an infrastructure perspective, how was that possible? I will just distill it down to simply maybe just two very simple things. We had a vision of creating a petrochemicals cluster, and we were pragmatic about it. So that's one. The second part, I think, is about working with the markets. Because when you talk about reimagination or reimagining, we had to sell land that was under the water to companies overseas to set up in Singapore. And when I go to you and I say, hey, I have a piece of land, it's about 4 hectares maybe, but it's under the water. I can't say it's going to be ready in maybe X, Y, Z. That was a challenge for us. And fortunately or unfortunately, we were able to land a first big company, Selenis, with the help of 2 other companies that provided storage and utilities that anchored it in. And when it anchored in, there was a different story. It took off, it had traction. So to sum it up, to Abisai's question, I would like to share this story because I think it dovetailed with Namibia's situation today. You're reimagining what's going to be good for you, what's going to be the next thing for you, energy mix, etc., etc. And I would think that we reimagine our economy in a certain way. Hopefully, you can learn or think or two. And I am looking forward to seeing how Namibia can grow its economy and really grow its country for its people. So I just end it here. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. You know, you said so many intelligent things, but I picked up one thing, which is vision, right? And an adopted strategy, so vision. And now, Alex, I think from you, I'll jump to Kun, and I'll ask, Kun, you have a lot of experience in this industry. And for Namibia now, what do you think is needed for us to have a seamless oil and gas industry? And this is basically for oil and gas. What just pointers that you can give us?
So I heard earlier a bit of chicken and the egg. I heard opportunities. I believe it's a matter of having the trust, and that is trust that needs to be built with the authorities and making sure that there's clear regulations. We have, as AGL, just committed ourselves for the next 25 years with Namport, with a terminal of 60,000 square meters inside Namport, to invest in there immediately, setting up new infrastructures inside the port so that we are ready for the future as well. So I think that's as AGL, we believe in the transformation of Africa, and it does take some risks sometimes, but with the authorities here in Namibia, we have the feeling that there is indeed a vision and the belief that things can work, and there's a very close cooperation, and hence why we have taken the decision and moved forward. It's between a $15 and $20 million investment in the next coming 2 years that we will have there. So it's a big commitment from our side towards Namport for the next 25 years to support and as well work closer together. And that's what I mentioned earlier. The closeness of the relationship and the authorities being close with the industries at events like in the last few days is critical to have the right, to set up the right frame to work in and operate into. I was listening to a previous session here when it comes to customs authorities, import, export regulations. That's very critical for the oil and gas, and we have a lot of expertise, obviously, with that as well, with AGL in the other countries in Africa, to help everybody that is involved in oil and gas make sure that that works as smoothly as possible with the authorities in the countries, for the customs authorities in the countries. So I think that's very important for the future of Namibia, to learn also from the other countries, because there's a lot of things that have happened and things that have gone wrong. Obviously, I heard the example earlier of Nigeria, things sitting there, not moving. I believe they can learn a lot, and we are there as a group as well to share this expertise with the authorities so that it can benefit from our expertise, and the whole country can benefit from it.
That's a nice one. So I'm reading trust, and then I'm also reading clear regulation, so because you want certainty. And if we provide this, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kuhn is going to invest a lot of money in Namibia. So now I'm going to move to direct questions. Very direct questions. When I was doing my PhD, we had a big problem in Africa. So you see a lot of, we have the head leg. So the head leg is when a shipper orders goods from a port. Let's say you import from China, and then let's say this container goes to Oshakati, or in this case, our main corridors are somewhere in Lumumbashi, DRC. They import a lot through the ports of Durban. And the problem in SADC's infrastructure is we don't have the return cargo. So we've got containers going up full, and to come back we don't have. And it creates it makes the cost of transportation very expensive. So now, Dennis, I know you guys are importing a lot of cargo. What about return cargo?
So currently we're only importing cargo, meaning we're bringing cargo from Houston and from Europe to Walvis Bay.
Yeah.
So indeed, we are open for business. We have vessels here, so we are looking for cargo for Brazil, for let's say South America, Central America, North America, Europe, not only North Europe, but also the Mediterranean, but very importantly also inter-Africa. We can offer also inter-Africa because we do know that oil and gas, a lot of the times their material is being used maybe today in Namibia, but tomorrow they need it in Mauritania or they need it in Nigeria. So all these, we are looking for this kind of cargo, but not only the oil and gas cargo, we are looking for other cargoes also, like you said, like Koen said, the minerals out of the hinterlands and things like that. So yes, we are open for business, and we do hope that the Walvis Bay corridor can support UIL in this matter with bringing cargo to Walvis Bay and then booking with us so we can take it further. And as you rightfully said, it can't bring the cost down because to leave with an empty ship, we have to calculate everything in that. It makes that full ships will be maybe a little bit higher, but if we have return cargo already booked, yeah, then we can spread the cost, of course. Yeah, that's the general idea, and the more cargo we have out of Namibia, from the hinterland or from Namibia itself, the more vessels we will bring here, the more cargo we can bring, and it's all just a flow, you know, and we are open for business, as I said, yeah.
Thank you. Dennis, that's comforting to hear. And my next question is actually to Mr. Kanime. It's also a direct one. So Mr. Kanime, we are all looking for land. Can you tell us the consideration in the selection of such partnership with NAMPORT? Please, my good sir.
All right, thank you. Maybe before I just get to that question, I wanted just to mention to what Koen obviously has earlier indicated. I wanted to expand on our vision, especially around positioning Namibia as the energy hub for the region. If you listen to what my brother Koen is saying in terms of the terminal that I actually setting up, a lot of what is actually going through that particular terminal is a number of minerals that is actually coming from the region, which is actually exported in raw format, or maybe perhaps semi-processed format. Now, when I speak to the two phases, obviously, of developing our ports, it's because our vision rests on two pillars. Obviously, the first pillar is that of facilitating imports and exports, including importation, especially of project cargo for those that actually need to come and set up industry, or for construction materials, whether it's for the green hydrogen industry or the oil and gas industry. But long term, especially, our phase 2 speak to the need for us actually to set up industrial hubs in both the port of Ludritz and the port of Walvis Bay, where some of these minerals that are actually originating from the region can actually be processed within our ports. If you look at the port of Ludritz, we've got a lot of manganese that is actually originating from the northern Cape. And we've got also zinc and lead that is actually being produced in southern Namibia, which is all exported in raw format. When you look at the port of Walvis Bay, a lot of copper that is coming from the hinterland and the like. And in line with our government's vision of local beneficiation, we are also saying this is now an opportunity for us, especially to transform the role that we have always played to ensure that we actually contribute to local beneficiation, so that most of these minerals that actually end up in our ports, we actually set up downstream processing plant that can actually benefit from the energy that is actually going to be produced here locally. If you look at renewable energies, especially, might be for Lüderitz, for example, might be the first green steel plant can actually be set up in Lüderitz and the like. And because of that, because of the need to transform ourselves and align ourselves, especially to government strategy of local beneficiation, we've gone out there and identified specific partners that are actually going to work with us in terms of setting up industrial hubs in both the port of Lüderitz and Walvis Bay. And the key players that we have identified here is obviously the port of Rotterdam. We are working together for the expansion of the Lüderitz port, whereas for the port of Antwerp, we are working together for the expansion plan of North Port in Walvis Bay. They are, the reason we have identified them, those are the top two ports really in Europe that are actually already playing in that particular space. They are already serving as energy hub for West Europe, basically. If you look at hydrogen, for example, they are already handling hydrogen, albeit it's not a green hydrogen. So we want to benefit from the expertise that they have already in setting up energy industries, and also leverage on their reputation actually to attract investors to come and put up some of the plants that I'm actually looking at. So when we try to select and identify partners, we really look at those partners that would result in mutual beneficial relationships. Europe, for example, you know, they've got this strategy of critical raw materials, and we are saying if you look at green hydrogen, once it's produced here locally, we can export green ammonia, and that way contribute to the net zero agenda, obviously globally, but also with the manganese, for example, that is coming from Northern Cape. If we set up green steel plants, instead of us exporting manganese to some of these countries, we set up this plant. We know that these plants are energy intense, and it's really an opportunity for us to leverage on the resources that we have to set up some of these downstream processing plants and the like.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kanime. So, to the entrepreneurs in the room, I can sum up Mr. Kanime's speech for you, or Mr. Kanime's answer for you. So look, Mr. Kanime is looking at what the vision for NAMPOD is basically to assist the industry, basically the energy industry, to flourish. So if you are a local entrepreneur, you go read up on NAMPOD's vision and try and align your proposal with what Mr. Kanime just said. So he's looking at local content, local partnership is one of the critical things, and then he's also looking at ingenuity. So if you can come with an idea that is going to make the process much smoother, that's going to be a good one. And then also, in terms of the bigger project, they're looking more at the big pot. So we want people with experience, basically. So we've...
maybe just to add there, really, since you brought up the element of local content, because this is a critical question that everybody is asking, and it's a topical subject that was under discussion over the last few days. My brother Kun here, for example, who is talking about setting up a terminal in the port of Walvis Bay, for example, it is our requirement that he actually, in fact, he is partnering with local indigenous entrepreneurs. Wow. I must also hasten, for example, to say we just appointed 3 service companies actually to set up liquid mud plants, both in the port of Lüderitz and the port of Walvis Bay. And we have been very clear that all of this need to bring on board local content, not only in terms of shareholding, but also in terms of direct involvement of these local players in the operations of some of this facility to also ensure knowledge transfer.
I think that deserves a round of applause. So what I like, what NEMPOD is doing, we know the conversation that is happening in the background with local content. But NEMPOD has actually gone and mined existing laws, procurement laws, and actually said, you know what, we're going to be the champion of this thing. We're going to put these terms forward. Local content will find us on the way, but we are going to be the vision, the leader of this vision. And then, Mr. Kanime, I want to give you a round of applause for that one. We have a bit of time. If maybe, I know this is a very interesting topic and a very wide one, so maybe we'll take 2 or 3 questions from the audience.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Ogito Greig. I'm a journalist. I work for Republican and Namibia Media Holdings.
Okay.
My question is directed to Mr. Kanime, and it regards the expansion of the queue in Lüderitz. That expansion will be done alongside Shark Island, which he mentioned. Shark Island is a very significant and important part of our history in Namibia. It's where the German Schutztruppers perfected the concentration camp and the methods of extermination which they later applied to the Jews in Germany. And it's a part that hasn't been properly researched and catalogued, and we really haven't taken good care of it in terms of preserving the history. But at the same time, it was said how important the expansion is, how we need it right now. So my question is it possible for us as Namibians to hold on to our history and have the development? Or do we have to pick one or the other? Thank you very much.
That's a nice question, Mr. Kanime, just to clarify, Shark Island is the one for October or is it the future one? The Shark Island development, which he's talking about, is it the 750-meter quay?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me just say the planned extension of the quay wall by 700 meters.
Yeah.
It is in the adjacent water east of Shark Island. This development is not in any way going to interfere with the historical significance of Shark Island. It is basically, because our extension is just in the adjacent water, that is why I also indicated that we are commissioning an archaeological study for divers, for example, to go under the water and establish whether there are perhaps historical remains there that need to be taken out so that they can be appropriately preserved. So we're definitely not interfering with Shark Island. And we really need to ensure that there is a balance between environmental protection and preservation and, of course, historical significance, and also fostering development. So I think we are, as an entity, we want to comply with Namibian environmental laws. We want to preserve our historic monuments. We want to protect our environment, and therefore whatever it is that we are actually going to do will not interfere with that. And this is the reason why we commissioned this study, so that we can put into place specific measures that would mitigate any potential impact with Shark Island. And I think as Namibians and Africans, sometimes we should really be also mindful of some of the people that are actually leading some of this negative vibe around Shark Island. It's some European non-governmental organizations who are enjoying development in their own areas and probably want us to keep us behind. We must be able to filter and really critically look at who it is that is actually sitting to us, speaking to us.
So just to clarify to the journalist, the development is not happening on Shark Island. It is happening adjacent Shark Island. So Shark Island is an island in Lüderitz. What Mr. Kanime is saying, the critical date to note is October. So that's when the due processes will be done. So I think the EIA, the scoping, all the reports will be done by October. So that's a critical date to note. Thank you.
And in fact, that's why I said this project was anticipated to be contract to be awarded end of this year.
Yeah.
We've pushed that to next year to make sure that we do a proper environmental impact assessment study to mitigate all these concerns.
Yeah. Thank you. Is there anyone else on the floor? Going once? Going twice? Then I'm going to give it back to the panel. Starting with you, Alex. I know I've abandoned you for some time. Maybe we give each one of our panels 2 minutes, just maybe for last remarks, key takeaways, starting with you, Alex, and coming back to the east.
Okay. As I look at Namibia today, getting reacquainted with and getting more familiar with Namibia, I've often been asked this question: what can be applied from the Singapore story? And especially when you look at infrastructure development, there is cost involved, there is technology involved, there is people involved. But if I could pull it back, how Singapore actually developed the way we developed to an extent, we had help, i.e. to say we had advisors from the UNDP to chart out economic growth, and then how do we then develop it accordingly. So fundamentally, Singapore was very pragmatic in that we value economic growth, drivers of economic growth. And when you look at that, when you apply it to infrastructure, what we were left behind when post-independence in 1965, we had a very vague structural plan of the whole of Singapore. And that we used it to build on to what we needed to do today, i.e. to say, every 10 years, Singapore would actually carry out a very massive exercise among the government where we plan for a concept, we call it a concept plan. It charts out what we want to achieve 50 years from now, and then we set aside the land for that. In other words, if say from an economic position, we want to grow maybe X% by GDP by 50 years from now, what will be the sectors that we want to focus on, and what will be required that will support or enable that development. But it has to be weighed out with other demands like transport networks, housing, retail, or amenities. So that this balance of how we actually plan infrastructure. And once that is agreed, it will be translated into a master plan where we gazette it. And upon gazette, right, it marks out literally on a map of Singapore different colors of industrial use or transport use or users. And that will guide how we plan our infrastructure. And of course, eventually, when we do need to instill infrastructure, the fundamental question is, do you build ahead of time or just in time? And that will always be the challenge. And we have swung from both. And we have experienced pain of both. You know, in the early 2010s, the issue was a housing crunch, not housing crunch, sorry, the transport crunch. There was just not enough transport networks, for example. And then how do we build it on from there? And in short, I think I would just summarize that there is a very critical function in working with the markets. And working with the markets doesn't just mean a PPP of sorts or whatsoever, but rather, is there really that conversation with the private sector or the markets? What is required? What is needed? But based on what we think as what's best for Singapore, how does it come into alignment? And of course, when you do that, there will be some gaps. And in that gaps, how do you then, from a government perspective, then create structures or systems or responsibilities to respective owners to then manage it? Because fundamentally, we all have to be on the same page, which is we want growth, because growth will eventually create an environment where it's flourishing for the people, and that fundamentally, you know, the people get to enjoy a certain standard of living, a certain quality of life, a good environment, but yet being plugged into a competitive economic environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Dennis, you go next.
Well, the thing I would like to say is we are very happy that we've been a part of this journey already since the last 3-4 years. We have been, like I said before, we've been connecting Houston and Aberdeen with Namibia. And we're also very happy and we're very looking forward actually to the coming years, to this bright future of Namibia, that we will be able to connect the world with Namibia, because that is actually what we are doing. We are, on our schedules, you will see Walvis Bay, Luderitz, and when we do have a vessel coming here. So we are absolutely looking forward to the bright future of Namibia and how we can help, of course, develop it by bringing the cargo so the work can get done. Most of the time, if you see our UL vessels anywhere in any port in the world, you know that the oil and gas is going to pick up or continue on going. So, no, absolutely happy to be here and happy to hear all these different people talking, because it means that our vessel will most surely be calling Walvis Bay and Luderitz more in the near future.
Good. Yes, so there's three major developments, I believe, which I mentioned is the critical minerals for the renewable energy in the rest of the world. There is the green energy, okay, which is, I mean, I can put on my Belgian cap for 1 second. I believe the Belgian king is planning to come to Namibia very soon, so that is to inaugurate some green energy projects, if I'm not mistaken. So there's plenty of that available in Namibia, and then you have the oil and gas energy business as well here. So we as AGL, with the group MSC, we want to be the enabler to make sure that all these flows of these cargoes in and out through Namibia are moving in the best way possible. We don't want to end up in situations where today, if you would go to Dar es Salaam, your cargo would sit there for 60 days. And I'm not joking. This is cargo worth millions, billions of dollars, sitting, stuck in the port of Dar es Salaam, not being able to move to the rest of the world. So what we want to be is to work very closely with the Namibian authorities to make sure that we keep a very smooth operation by investing ourselves, obviously, in the port, as I mentioned earlier, but also setting up these corridors by investing in trucks. We're investing in a fleet of 550 trucks, which is currently operating on different corridors. We're going to focus that to Walvis Bay and make sure that we have more flows going there. And of course, we are pushing much our group MSC to bring bigger vessels, more calls to Walvis Bay so that the cargo can flow in and out of this area. And I believe strongly in the strategic position of Walvis Bay in the current situation in the world where there's critical demands for these minerals and the oil and gas in the rest of the world as well. So I'm a strong believer and very excited about developments in Namibia and excited on our new chapter here in Namibia as well.
Mr. Kanime, any last words?
Thank you. Maybe there is one thing I must address. I know that following yesterday's engagements, I think the Minister of Mines and the Petroleum Commissioner were all talking about Luderitz, and I kept on receiving that particular question really to say which is which. And let me just indicate that we are aligned with the Ministry of Mines and Energy. All of us, the ultimate objective is Luderitz, but we need to be cognizant of the practical realities on the ground. That is why we have that transitional plan that says for the next 5 years, while we are busy with extension, the two ports will continue to play a complementary role. The extension of phase 1 would enable us to push as much activity, especially to be able to support day-to-day activities for the oil fields, at least to be able to support it from Luderitz. And then phase 2, because it depends on the magnitude of the developments, phase 2 would then obviously result us in then building a completely new port, potentially in Angra Point to be able to support the industry. But that we are talking about 5 to 7 years from now. So the two ports will continue to play a complementary role. And also just as far as, if I can summarize, our vision is really to position Namibia to become a true regional energy hub, where I dare actually to challenge Nampa also to say the power that is actually going to be generated, let's say from the green hydrogen industry, that can actually be put into the grid to provide for our own power requirements here, but also to provide for power requirements within the region, but also to contribute to the transformation of our local industries here in the region.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, the summary is, where to from here? The answer is Lüderitz. No, I'm just joking. The answer is not yet answered. Oh, sorry, the question is not yet answered. Lüderitz or Walvis Bay, we see complementary, we see need for purpose. But what I can pick from this entire discussion, I'm picking a very strong need to align our strategies to our vision, our overall vision. Collaboration, there's a need for certainty for some of the big companies that are coming here. So the regulators and the lawmakers, they need to be cognizant of this. And of course, there's also a need or an emphasis on sustainability. And sustainability in terms of the environment, sustainability in terms of culture, and sustainability in terms of the society, socially, how people interact with all these machines and the roads and everything. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. You've been a very kind audience. And once again, I want to give a round of applause to my very great audience, panel. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for this expert panel, greatly guided by Dr. Konstantinos. We're about to send you off to lunch. You have a networking lunch which is powered by Galp Energia. And we're excited to welcome you back at 2 p.m. sharp, please. It is 13:10. You have 50 minutes to network, to hopefully go and podcast and share your experience. Also to do your feedback survey on the app. We'll see you back at 2 p.m. when we'll discuss how do we finance Namibia's participation in the energy sector before looking at oil is not mining and mining is not oil. Have a wonderful lunch and see you back here at 2 p.m. sharp. You can take your group pick. Yeah, there should be. Where are the guys? No group pick? Okay, they're taking a few group picks. Shall I do one? Okay.